take what they think that is theirs. Needs are not rights. Entitlements, people who think they're entitled to something because they demand something and they've been told that the society owes it to them, those aren't rights. So we reject that entire notion that people who need something, yes, we can be sympathetic if we want to, but they cannot use any coercion to come and take it from us. So in this situation, of course, it means we don't even believe in the income tax. I mean, that's all right. No income tax. Most of our history, we did not have an income tax. A lot of people say, oh, well, first reaction from a liberal reporter will be, well, who's going to take care of the government?
The real question you have to ask is, why do I get the most money from active duty officers, military personnel? So what?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Chief Operating Officer and your MC, Sean Tima.
Big day. All right. You could be anywhere in the world today, and you're here in Lake Jackson, Texas, to honor the great Ron Paul. So for showing up and continuing the revolution, give yourselves a round of applause. Very good. And for those of you who are tuning in online at ronpaulmoneybomb.org from across the country, dare I say across the world, thank you for being here as well. You're as much of this event as we are. This is truly a historic day, a tremendous day, and you're going to hear throughout the day a bunch of Ron Paul stories, the impact that people have had from him, the impact he's made on their lives and their worldview, right? I'll share with you quickly a little bit of mine to kick us off and set the tone. So if you had told me back in 2012 that I would be one of the MCs tonight at this historic event for Dr. Paul, I would have told you that you were crazy. Primarily because back in 2012, I was an Obama-voting liberal 18-year-old, right? Look, if you're young and you don't have a heart, right, the saying goes. But here's the deal. I thought that the way to change this country for the better, right, to lift people out of poverty into prosperity, to create the best possible world, would be just having the right people in government, to have the right regulations, the right taxes, the right central planning. That's how we could save the day. And that's what happens after you watch a couple Michael Moore documentaries and feel really smart when you're 17, 18 years old, right? So then I got to college. And when I got to college, I was really excited to learn about how we could use government and those laws and regulations and central planning to make the world a better place. And I sat patiently in class. And what I heard were not solutions about how to help people's lives, but crazy liberal lunacy, SJW, critical theory. We all know the BS that they're serving at the university, right? And frankly, it bummed me out because these people did not know how to create. They only knew how to destroy. They only taught us envy, not love, right? And I realized, maybe the solution isn't here. Maybe the solution is not with the left and big government. So I did my own research, and I came to find out that after doing some reading of history, the government is at best incompetent and at worst evil. 262 million people in the 20th century killed by democide, right? Take out the wars, right? This is government just offing their own people, and this horrified me. So I thought, well, if government is incompetent at best and evil at worst, how do we save this country? What can we do here? And then thanks to Young Americans for Liberty, I found Dr. Ron Paul. I found the YouTube rabbit hole. I found the Revolution, the Manifesto. I found Liberty Defined. And I realized, right, when this man standing up and speaking with character and compassion and real solutions, that if we want to make people's lives better, if we want to give them hope, if we want to let people prosper, if we want to let people be able to build and start their own families, if we want to let people thrive, then the government has to leave us the hell alone, and especially we need to end the Fed. Am I right on that? Am I right on ending the Fed? And so I thank Dr. Paul for waking me up and providing me that roadmap to how we can make our country a better place and restore it to the founders' intent. And for the last 10 years, I've had the pleasure of working with Young Americans for Liberty to try and help other students understand that message and spread that message, just like you guys. We got some of our top students with us today. Give them a round of applause. teaching them not only how to spread the message of liberty, but also how to hold politicians accountable and be the difference as to whether a good Ron Paul candidate wins an election for State House and beats out that uniparty candidate. These kids are making a real difference across the country, and happy to be a small part of that. And we've got so many people with us today, watching live and in the room, who laid the foundations for me to be a part of this revolution. The people who were working hard in 2012, the people who were working hard in 2008, people who were working hard in 1988, right, when he first ran for president, and before. So with gratitude and joy, thank you all so much for being here, people who have really laid the foundations for the revolution, made Dr. Paul's rise possible, and are helping to lay the foundations for the future generations of liberty leaders to continue to try and restore our republic and save this country. So, I bet a lot of you are asking, how can we give Dr. Paul the best possible birthday present, besides just your presents, right? And the way to do that is by going to ronpaulmoneybomb.com and sending in a donation to the Ron Paul Institute. Justin, if you could pull that up on the screen, let's see how well we're doing so far. Wow, we launched this today and have already raised $150,000 and counting for Dr. Paul's nonprofit. So, if you consider chipping in, you can go right to that website. You can not only send in a donation, but you can also send in a little birthday message to Dr. Paul, right? And so this is how we give back. This is how we continue the revolution, because we can't save the world if we can't pay the rent. Let's hit that $250,000 goal today. So again, I'm so excited you're all here. I want to thank you all for being here with friends. And speaking of great friends of liberty, I'm really excited to introduce our first speaker of the evening, who is really getting out there, hitting the airwaves, challenging corporate media to get the message of liberty out to new people and inspire current fighters. You know him, you love him. He is the host of Part of the Problem. It is Dave Smith. Come on down, Dave. Good to have you. Great. Yeah.
That's very, very kind of you. All right, do you guys hear me okay? Are these on? Yeah, good. All right, well, what can I say? It's like an honor to be here, to celebrate who I often say is, I truly believe, the greatest living American hero to liberty, the Thomas Jefferson of our time, Dr. Ron Paul. I know personally, I've seen many, like conferences and events and things over the years where people will just praise Ron Paul because we all hold him in such high regard. And personally, Dr. Paul never really seems to like that, because he's always about the issues and what he stands for. And he's a humble guy, and he doesn't want you to just praise him. So I will just start by apologizing to Dr. Paul. If you're watching this, I'm going to do nothing but effusively praise you for 20 minutes. I'm sorry. It's kind of an awkward dynamic where you're like, you're my hero, and I know you won't like this, but I'm doing it to you anyway. Happy birthday. But I will, look, as people know, because I've told this story so many times over the years, so I'm a stand-up comedian by trade, if you can call it that. And so comedians tend to pride themselves on being original or having their own, unique take on a thing that a lot of people have talked about, but they had their own unique take on it. And whenever I talk about how I found Ron Paul, it always just hits me that I'm being such a hack. This is so boring, like so many people. But the fact is, it's just because so many people have this exact same story. Like everybody in the liberty movement who's my age or younger is here because we found Ron Paul. Like all of us. There's just no one else who that's like. And the reason why Ron Paul, we found him was because he was the guy who was bravely, courageously telling the truth when it mattered the most, when everybody else was lying. And there's something beautiful about that. Like we all have this thing in common where we were also grateful to the people who introduced us to the truth. And we all love meeting other people who also found the truth through the same channels. And that, to me, is just a very fascinating thing. Because why do we even feel that way? Why am I still so grateful to Ron Paul for introducing me to these ideas all these years later, when all of the problems that he was talking about have gotten worse? And yes, sure, I've gotten a nice career out of the stuff that Ron Paul taught me. But I'm not grateful to Ron Paul because I have a good career. I'm grateful to him because he told the truth to me, and he helped me to understand it. He helped me to understand how to think about the world around me. That in itself is a value. Even if none of these problems ever got solved, there's something about like a desire to learn the truth that all human beings have inside of them. And so even if we can't ever solve some of these problems, I will always be grateful to Ron Paul for courageously telling the truth when it cost him so much. For so many years, he could have had a cushier, easier life if he had just gone. I mean, can you imagine if Ron Paul had just gone with the Republican establishment? He could have been the chair of every committee and praised by the New York Times and the Washington Post. But instead, he made the decision to tell the truth. And he sacrificed something in the short term for that. And now he's gotten to live to see his positions be totally vindicated in the national conversation. And that's just such an amazing thing. Ideas that at the time seemed controversial now are completely accepted. I mean, I remember even down, and it's not as if I'm talking about just what Ron Paul was talking about in the 70s or the 80s or the 90s. I mean, in 2020, Dr. Paul wrote that article about the COVID pandemic and what a hoax this whole thing was, called it before everyone else once again. Even the last crisis, Dr. Ron Paul and Dan McAdams, who also should get all the credit in the world for being his best foreign policy guy and his right-hand man, they were perfect on it the whole time. And for me, as somebody who's kind of come up, like I was a young person when I found Ron Paul. I was born in 1983, and I found Ron Paul in 2007. So I was in my early 20s at the time. And now I'm in my 40s, and you see the Young Americans for Liberties guys, and you're like, I hate being a middle-aged American for liberty, but it's good that you guys are here too, I guess. But anyway, I'm just kidding. I don't actually. It's actually much better. But being young is overrated. But there is something where like all the lessons that I feel like I learned from Dr. Paul and the example that he set for so many of the rest of us is something that really, still to this day, it guides me forward, at least in my work for sure. Like every time I'm going to do a big podcast or a debate or something like that, almost every single time, I think of what Ron Paul would say in this situation, because he was always the best at just cutting through all of the noise, getting right to the core of the issue, saying the most important, most controversial thing that needed to be said. And, I think as I was thinking about coming here today, I was just thinking about like all of the advantages that me and my colleagues in our generation have that Dr. Paul didn't have. We even just having big podcasts that we can speak on and get our message out wasn't something that was around not that long ago. Dr. Paul, they used to give him like 7 minutes of speaking time at those debates. And when he got it, he would knock it out of the park every single time. Like every time, it was like he took the little bit he was given and maximized the value. And, look, I would, out of respect to Dr. Paul, because I know that he's always about the issues, because that's really what matters. And so I wouldn't want to, at least spend like a minute or so talking about some of the issues that were the most important that I think that Ron Paul introduced into the national conversation and have totally changed the national conversation. And number one, which is obviously got to be number one, Ron Paul, for me and so many other people in my age range, he totally shattered the paradigm that you could be right-wing and anti-war. Like, to me, that was just a position that belonged on the left wing. That was what the hippies and the communists said about war. They were the ones who were against it. And when I first saw him as like the most not politically necessarily, but the most personally conservative person you could imagine, who had like R and Texas next to his name, being the most anti-war activist in the country. That just, like, for me in my 20s, that just blew my mind. I didn't think that was even a possibility. And so he kind of shattered this paradigm of like what the left and the right were supposed to be, at least in our minds. And then on top of that, when he made his stand against Rudy Giuliani, and he started talking about why terrorists hate Americans. I cannot tell you, for my generation, I was 18 when 9/11 happened. I was the age to be propagandized into, they hate us for our freedom. And here was this one guy in one moment who just shattered that entire narrative and actually said, well, look, they hate you for reasons, not just because you're awesome and they're terrible, which was the official narrative. It's like, no, they actually hate you for reasons. And I will say, it was like, it kind of gave me personally permission to think outside of the empire and think about the experiences of other people who are on the receiving end of the empire, not necessarily just the ones who are living as a citizen of it within its proper borders. Obviously, Ron Paul has won the day on this issue. The idea that you can't be a non-interventionist conservative or right-winger or libertarian, no one believes that anymore. This was the dynamic when I was young, and that's over, and it's because of Ron Paul. You ask all of the most influential people in the country right now, if you ask them about foreign policy, whether you're talking to Joe Rogan or Tucker Carlson or any of the rest of them, all of them will tell you Ron Paul was completely right about all the wars. It's just been accepted that he was right. The most controversial position in 2007, 2008 is now just universally accepted as like, oh yeah, we absolutely should not have fought the war in Iraq or Afghanistan or Syria or Libya or Yemen or Somalia or any of them. They were all just disasters that Ron Paul warned against. And then, of course, he, like nobody else ever had, he introduced the idea of central banking into the national conversation, which is now never going away. I mean, if you think of every one of those money machine go burr memes that are out on Twitter, that's all because of Ron Paul, all because he made that issue his singular focus when nobody else wanted to, and now an entire generation of people are aware that there's a central bank that rips off the rest of the country because of this man. Which is just truly remarkable. And I will say where, I know to Dr. Paul and to many other people here, like what really motivates us is that we care about these issues. We care about the horrible, unjustified war that's going on. We care about people being overtaxed and overregulated and lives being ruined by draconian government laws. And all of those issues are the most important thing. But when I reflect back on when I first found Ron Paul years ago into all the way up to today, where I'm still listening to every last Liberty report, and I think about the whole track record that he's had, it just simply wouldn't have been as effective or as persuasive if the messenger himself hadn't been such an incredibly decent person. And that is really something that just comes through. When I was thinking today about what I wanted to say at Dr. Paul's birthday party, there's this one thing just kept popping in my mind, which was not what I thought I would think of, but I just remembered this, so I thought I would share it with you guys today. So this was about 10 years ago. And so on the Liberty Report, Dr. Paul interviewed Carol Paul. I don't know if you guys ever saw this interview, but so he interviews Carol Paul. So me and my wife, this is before we got married or had kids, we were just dating. And so I was with my wife and we were watching it together. And Carol had won an award. She won like an award, like a National Homemakers Society or something like that, and she won an award. And so Dr. Paul was interviewing that, and they were talking about her cookbook and this. And I remember my wife, girlfriend at the time, she looks over at me and she goes, "He's flirting with her." And like I look back at the interview, and sure enough, Ron Paul was running game on Carol. It was unbelievable. Like he's doing these little Ron Paul like jokes, and he's like, "Now I've had some tough interviews, but this might be my toughest." And she's like blushing a little bit, and I was like, "Ron Paul is smooth. Like you just what." And so me and my wife, I just remember we're like newly dated. You know, we went on to get married and have kids and stuff, but we're newly dated. And she was asking me, she was like, "How long have they been married?" And I was like, "They were like high school sweethearts. I think they've been married for a few decades now." And she was like, "Are you still going to be flirting with me when you're that age?" And you know, yeah, I said yes, but I've done some damage to my body. I'm not making it to that, but. No, well, anyway, I get the point is, like, I hope so. You know, I sure hope that I'm still flirting with my wife, you know, after that much. And anyway, I guess really the point is just that Dr. Paul always, for all of us, especially for people like me who kind of were like young people when we found him and are now like have gone on and started our own lives, he was an example for all of us that we always like aspire to. In every sense of the word, like to be as good of a husband, to be as good of a father, just to be as good of a man. There were things that, you know, there were non-political lessons that I learned from Ron Paul that had nothing to do even with the argument that he was making. And one of those lessons was just how important it is to know what you're talking about, to really do your homework. You know, there was something so impressive to me about like a guy who was a country doctor, a baby doctor, who delivered babies, who knew more about the history of monetary policy than anybody else in the room, and knew more about foreign policy, and knew more about fiscal policy, and could explain in detail. Like the man wrote several great books on a variety of topics. There's just something impressive about that. To do that while telling the truth, while opposing the empire, while being just an overwhelmingly decent person to all of those around you, like, I mean, if you can hit one of those things in your life, you've had a really successful life. He just hits all of them. And it also should be really stressed that he continues to hit all of them to this day. The Liberty Report is still completely on point about everything. You know, you turn on, I was just listening to one of the latest episodes. They're breaking down everything that's happening in Eastern Europe today, and they're right about everything. And I think that one of the things that all of us should think about as we go forward is, and I guess this jives with like a Hoppian, you know, like time preference argument or something like that. But part of what makes Dr. Paul such a powerful figure still to this day to look at and say, well, look, this is what I am. You know, it's the thing. By the way, I don't even like using the term libertarian that much because sometimes people have negative associations with that. But I will always happily identify as a Ron Paulian. Like that's, you know, which is the same thing, but it's just the best of that. But you want to know where I stand on it? I'm Ron Paul. And part of the reason why it's so powerful to be a Ron Paul supporter and why it's so powerful still to this day across all circles, everybody has so much respect for Dr. Paul. And part of that is because he built a legacy of a track record. And now that track record, you could look back like, oh, he was right there, he was right there, he was right there, and he's right today. And so I would just say that, you know, for some people who, you know, it's easy to get dejected when you're opposing a regime and the regime is still doing a lot of things that we're against. But there is something like you see where through Dr. Paul's example, that by staying consistent and advocating for what's right, your ideas just become more and more powerful. You know, I remember there was a time when like Dr. Paul was getting blacked out on the corporate, you know, cable news shows, and Mark Levin and guys like that were just getting hosted everywhere. But today, who's picking up a Mark Levin book? Like anyone? Ron Paul's books are still being read and will still be read for decades and decades and decades to come because he had something interesting to say. He was telling the truth. And so, like, if you're playing the long game, then that's always what what I think you should follow. I think I worked in like a Misesian time preference thing to all of that. No? Did I not? Let's try. There's cops here. How crazy is that? There's cops at a Ron Paul event. Don't you just want to hand them some anarchist literature? I'm not saying you want to do anything crazy. Just like your authority is illegitimate. You should read this. But I don't. I try sometimes to think. So listen. I don't know if any of you guys saw this. If not, it's fine. I hope you didn't. But I had this horrible debate the other day, and I ended up getting really angry, more so than I should have, even though the other guy deserved it. But I really was thinking today, and I swear to God, maybe this is kind of sad. I'm 42 and I'm still thinking this way. But as I was driving here, I was like, man, I hope Ron Paul doesn't see that. And then I was like, well, that's all I need to know. Then I should know that I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have lost my cool. I should be better. I should be more of a gentleman. You know what I mean? Like, because if I wouldn't want the guy who I say is the best guy to have even seen that. Anyway, I guess my point is this. I'll never be the man that Ron Paul is. Few amongst us will be. But even today, a couple decades after I first found him, he's still making me a better man than I would otherwise be. I still think about his example and go, all right, let me do a little bit better in the future because I want to do as good a job as that guy did. And I want to do this message, which I think Dr. Paul would be the first to tell all of us. The message is more important than any one of us. But I want to do it justice. And I think that's really, to me, the essence of the greatness of Dr. Paul. He chose the correct message, the most important message of liberty and peace and prosperity, and he did the message the utmost justice by being such a decent person and letting his like true Christianity and spirit just exude from him. He never had to beat you over the head with it. Dr. Paul never told anyone that he was being a really good person. He just was himself, and we could all see it all over him. And so that is something I still strive for to this day and will continue to. I can never express my enormous gratitude to Dr. Paul and his entire family and his entire team. They changed my life and sent me on the path that I'm on now, which I am quite enjoying. And so anyway, I'll just end on that. Gratitude to the OG, greatest living American hero, Dr. Ron Paul. Thank you guys so much for coming out. I appreciate it. Thank you guys.
Unbelievable from then on. The kids would hear about the campaign on the internet and look at the videos and get their parents involved.
This is of a piece of a sort of 230-year-old American tradition of, rugged individualism and independence and reverence for liberty. And I think Ron Paul speaks for a lot of people who still uphold those ideas.
You set the record. In the history of American politics, nobody has ever raised more money on a single day than you.
Gosh.
And yet, this is happening without your campaign people coordinating. This is completely about grassroots, and it's completely about you just saying what you believe in.
Right. It's ironic. I was the one who was like, yeah, let's put the video here. And then I forgot they put the video here, so I just ran up, Looked like a silly fool. Well, that's fine. Well, Dave was great. It's the first of many great speakers throughout the day. Our next speaker is going to speak to us through song, right? You may recognize his hits like Liberty and Pendulum. This is a guy who took a guitar and turned it into a weapon against tyranny and toured with Ron Paul, inspiring a generation of people to find liberty through music. Please welcome to the musician stage, Jordan Page.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage
What's that?
Scott Portman, do you know where he would be?
How's everybody doing? So I flew down from Washington to be here. I was so grateful to get the invitation to be part of the celebration of Dr. Paul. He had such a huge impact on my life. And, you know, in 2012, the night of the Texas State Convention, I was doing a show in Fort Worth, and Ron and Carol came. It was my birthday. It was on June 13th. And Ron and Carol came to my birthday party and signed my birthday card. So I thought the least I could do was return the favor. So here I am. This song is called The Message of Freedom, and I wrote this for my oldest sons when they were only 3 and 1.5. It was a letter that I originally wrote to them on a piece of paper on an airplane, and right before I recorded the album that it went on, I pulled the paper out and looked at the lyrics, or looked at the writing, and I saw song lyrics inside. And so I feel like this really is a great way to open things up. Here we go. This song goes out to my friend Ernest Hancock. Sons, as I write you this letter, of days past and days yet to come, and the message of freedom, the message of freedom. I stand at the edge of the pages of history and lessons unlearned. It feels like these pages are remaining unturned, but boys, it's no mystery. Children, I'm sorry to leave you this world in a state of disaster. It was given to me in a similar state, and I woke up so late in the game. Now it's spiraling faster, 'cause freedom's the answer. What's the question? Resist the advances of force and aggression, and leave to your children the promise of something more. As God is my witness, I'll be a slave no more. Listen close, for our souls may depend on the actions we take and the causes we choose to defend. So treat every man as a friend, and live your own lives in their divine processions, and transform your world with your selfless expressions, and reach out your hands. In time you'll understand. Children, one day I'll be gone, and you'll have to remember these words and be strong as you cling to each other, your family, your faith, and your father's song. You've known this all along. 'Cause freedom's the answer. What's the question? Resist the advances of force and aggression, and leave to your children the promise of something more. As God is my witness, I'll be a slave no more. Oh, the message of freedom endured every tyrant or second-rate despot the world's ever known, and for one simple reason, the people have kept it alive. Oh, and with no end in sight to the level of violence that men in high places will sink for to silence the will of the people. In you it must survive. 'Cause freedom freedom's the answer. What's the question? Resist the advances of force and aggression, and leave to your children the promise of something more. As God is my witness, I'll be a slave no more. Oh, freedom's the answer. What's the question? Resist the advances of force and aggression, and leave to your children the promise of something more. As God is my witness, I'll be afraid no more. Is life so dear, or peace so sweet, to be purchased with chains from our necks to our feet? Forbid this, Lord, I know not what is left. Just give me liberty, or give me death. Thank you. Thank you so much. So that's the point that I arrived at. How did I get there? Well, you know, Ron Paul played a major role in helping to develop me to that point. But this next song is really the reason I'm here. And I want to send this out to my my friend Bobby Gray from Texas Coin. I wrote this song in the middle of the night in December of 2006, and I did not know anything about anything back then. I was politically agnostic, had no idea. I could not even had a conversation with any of you. I would have thought you were crazy at that time in my life. And I would call this a divine intervention. It was like God just woke me up from a nightmare I was having about George Bush. And I got up and I went into my office and I just started typing, half asleep, eyelids half shut. And a few minutes later, this song appeared. And the first time I played it in front of an audience, I had the sold-out show in Annapolis, Maryland. And this was the moment that I felt like I could really debut this song. And I was like worried everyone was going to hate it. But instead, I got a standing ovation for this song. And this lyric popped into my head when this was happening, that it was from a Bob Dylan song. It said, I'll know my song well before I start singing. And so it was like the Lord was saying to me, you know, these people know what this song is about. Now it's time for you to go and learn. And I did, and that's when I found Dr. Paul and got this incredible, you know, surge of motivation to just make singing songs about truth and freedom and anti-war my main thing, and it completely changed my life forever. So this is the song that started it all. For Bobby. He told me this was one of his favorite songs. I've been walking a tightrope between fact and fiction. Been wrestling with demons in small bottled prisons. Been talking to sinners who claim to be Christian. Been shouting at leaders who claim to be listening. And a pendulum swings from the left to the right. Its momentum increases the need for the fight. Like a moment of blindness in a lifetime of sight. And I am caught somewhere in the middle. I saw a president blind to the needs of his people. Saw a camel that passed through the eye of a needle. Saw a group of old men whose money was evil. Saw a cross breaking free from the cage of a steeple. Saw beggars and cripples dying in squalor. A son whose sins had exceeded his father. Saw a nation of sleepers whose dreams were forgotten, and a bushel of apples from a tree that was rotten. And a pendulum swings from the left to the right. Its momentum increases the need for the fight, like a blindfold when it's time to walk toward the light. And I am lost somewhere in the middle. I heard the echo of suffering in the valley of laughter. Heard the rumble of earthquakes far under the water. I heard a court jester whose forked tongue was twisted. He told us of dangers that never existed. Heard voices that claimed to be moral and righteous, whose lies and deceit were all dark and contagious. Heard talk of a country that valued its freedom, but when I protested, I was arrested and beaten. And a pendulum swings from the left to the right. Its momentum increases the weight and the height. But if nobody's listening, is anyone right? And I can't seem to find the key to the riddle. I met a young woman with a baby inside her. I looked, but there wasn't a safe place to hide her. I met an old man with a face like a mirror. He showed me his sadness so I could see clearer. Met an arrogant leader who robs us and cheats us. He pretends that his orders come directly from Jesus, when he sends out our children to strange foreign soil, to kill for the right to monopolize oil. I'm raising my voice against the house of derision that murders our freedom with short-sighted vision. I'll sing a new song about civilization and the palace of wisdom and the death of a nation. I'll lift up the veil that's hiding the holy and remind all the people that change happens slowly. I'll scream out a name to the echoes of heaven and pray that the world don't end up where it's heading. And a pendulum swings from the left to the right. It's momentum. No, it couldn't happen here. I know it never happened here. And I will not submit to authority of man. I'm alive, I'm awake. This is more than I can take. If you had an open door, would you kill a little more? man with a rifle in his hand. Don't be mistaken. I believe in peace, but I won't be taken. And I will not submit to authority of man. I'm ready to die, but not for a lie. See the signs up here, you know it's gonna happen here. Whoa, whoa, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. All right, this is my last one. And this one was part of one of my top 5 moments. If anybody remembers 2000, was it 11, I guess? 12? The South Carolina debate. When they gave Dr. Paul 90 seconds of speaking time the entire debate. You guys remember that? So I think that was the night that he quoted Jesus as being the person we should follow in terms of our foreign policy. and I was just like, man, did I back the right horse here? And then they treated him so terribly, and he kind of blew off the pundits and came to our event afterwards, which I thought was just so cool. And that was the night I put this sticker on the guitar, and I debuted this song for him there that night. This was a song that I wrote for his 2012 campaign. It's called The Light of Revolution. And I had been talking to somebody from the campaign about writing a song and, you know, what should it really be about? And they said, just try to encapsulate, you know, his message in a song. So this was my attempt at doing that. And it has been such a pleasure to play for you all today, and I hope you have an amazing time. And happy birthday, Dr. Paul. Have you heard the people calling who are hungry in the night? Have you heard the prayers of soldiers who are weary from the fight? Have you heard the voice of wisdom in a time of pure deceit? Have you heard the path to freedom is a road you rise to meet? Have you heard the bonds of slavery are forged with paper chains? And the red sun that is rising sets on all of us the same. Unless we stand together now, we all will surely fall. And I heard the call in the words of Dr. Paul. Have you ever seen a country bent and broken on its knees? Or a line 10 miles long of hungry, homeless, begging please? Or a banking institution funding both sides of a war? Or its chairman spouting lies upon the House committee floor? Have you ever seen a talking head on television sway the people through deception, telling lies to earn his pay? Oh, can't you feel the ground shake these institution walls? Well, I watched them fall when I stood with Dr. Paul. Now let the people learn to reason. Now let them stand up on their own. Now let the light of revolution bring it home. Now let the rights of men come shining bright and self-evident and true. And let each one of you be counted as you stand for the one who stood for you. Well, they say that truth is treason in the empire of lies, and the enemies of freedom are all cleverly disguised in temples made of marble where the corporations reign, and the only ones who benefit stand far above the pain as the people battle poverty, depression, and disease, and a crisis turns to meltdown and the liquid starts to freeze, 'cause the printing press is roaring, leaving trillions in its wake, and history won't forgive those who don't learn from their mistakes, as the rights of individuals are stripped down more and more, and we all can finally see the hidden face behind the war. Unless we stand together now, this fate will touch us all. We stand free and tall as we march with Dr. Paul. We marched with Dr. Paul. Well, I marched with Dr. Paul. Whoa. Thank you guys so much. My name is Jordan Page. Thank you.
All right. Fantastic job, Jordan. We love the music. Thank you for playing today. All right. We'll keep the party rolling. Our next guest is the president of Free the People. He was a key player in the Tea Party movement, and he is the host of Kibbe on Liberty and the author of Don't Hurt People, Don't Take Their Stuff. Please give it up for Matt Kibbe, everyone.
Can you hear me? How's everybody doing? One more time for Jordan Page. I think it's particularly important that I get to follow a comedian and a musician, both entertainers, both performers, and you'll get what I mean in just a second. My path to Ron Paul, my origin story is slightly different than most of you because it happened before you were born. I was a young student at a small college in Pennsylvania called Grove City College in the early 1980s. Perhaps one of the only places in America, maybe one of the only places in the world that would actually use Ludwig von Mises' Human Action as Econ 301 textbook. And my professor was a guy named Dr. Hans Sennholz. And Dr. Hans Sennholz was a serious academic. He got his PhD from Mises, and he translated Bombard work for you Austrian dorks out there. But in his own words, he was a performer. He's like, if I want you to be interested in economics, Austrian business cycle theory, I have to be a performer. He'd say this in his thick German accent. And somewhere along the way, I don't know exactly the story, I want to ask Dr. Paul himself. Somewhere along the way, he found Ron Paul, or Ron Paul found Dr. Sennholz. And Dr. Sennholz, along with Murray Rothbard, was one of his mentors. And Sennholz kept telling me, there's this young congressman, you've never heard of him. His name's Dr. Ron Paul, and he's talking about honest money and he's talking about the destruction of inflation, and he's talking about peace. So my introduction to Ron Paul was before the internet, so I couldn't just go on and watch his YouTube videos. I had to work my way to Washington, D.C. I would eventually work for an organization where he was the founding chairman, and eventually I would get to meet him when he was in Congress. Remember his name back then? Dr. No. Because he was alone, and the best he could do inside the halls of power was just vote no. It's not quite like that anymore, is it? You have more people in politics, not that many. Sometimes they disappoint us, but I know a few. Shout out to Ron's son, Rand. Does a pretty good job. I feel like Congressman Thomas Massie has his thumb in the dike all alone right now. And I spent a lot of years trying to make politics a better place, trying to do good policy in Washington, D.C., mostly unsuccessfully. But the thing that I learned from Dr. Paul that has affected my entire career is that politics may be a dead end when it comes to public policy, but it's a great way to turn people on to ideas. I don't even know if Dr. Paul knew this, but every time he gave one of those talks in 2008, in 2012, at this point, social media is a thing. At this point, you don't need the mainstream media, the corporate media to tell you what to think. You can go out and figure it out for yourself. This guy with this intense sincerity, that was his performance. And it wasn't a performance at all. He wouldn't call himself an entertainer, but there was something uniquely refreshing about somebody in politics that sincerely believed what he was saying, that sincerely believed in the American people, and sincerely believed that government was screwing up the lives of Americans and America, the country that he loved so much. His performance was his realism. We use the word authenticity now. It's abused because most people that claim the label really aren't that authentic at all. But what he taught me is that politics, the stage, can be a soapbox to turn people onto ideas. Harkening back to his mentor, Dr. Hans Sennholz, my professor at Grove City College, you could use a performance to get young people to Google this guy. What is Dr. Paul talking about? Ludwig von Mises? What is the Fed doing to our money? What is this foreign policy that aggravates our worst enemies and creates a cycle of death and destruction that continues and continues? Ron Paul did that. And yes, there are acolytes of Ron Paul in Congress, in the Senate, in the House, and there will be more before we're done. But the biggest revolution is you guys and the ability of all of us to understand the ideas that make the world actually work and to do something with them. Politics is downstream of culture. So we need more entertainers, we need more performers, we need more comedians, more politicians who are willing to speak truth to power, more music, but we need you guys to never lose hope and be as optimistic as Dr. Paul is to this day. Thank you so much.
Keep it going for Matt Kibbe, everybody. Thank you, Matt. All right. We have got an all-star panel coming up for you next. Right? Dr. Paul, he fought for liberty in the legislature for so many years, as Matt alluded to, oftentimes being the only voice of reason, which means voting no because he's actually reading the bills and sees what's in them, right? And so we've got 3 liberty legislators coming up who are fighting on their own front, who have fought on their own front to try and be that lone voice of reason, oftentimes in their own capitals. And so on this panel, we've got 3 great folks. We've got former State Senator Eric Brakey out of Maine, current Executive Director of the Free State Project. We've got former Congressman and champion for civil liberties and privacy, Justin Amash. And we've got current Congressman and Texas firebrand, Mr. Chip Roy. So let's give him a warm welcome. Come on down. Now, I know they're back there, so I guess they just can't hear me. I'll go get them. That is really good soundproofing. Let's give a round of applause to the Dow for the soundproofing.
Mic on? Oh, there's Chip's mic. All right. Can you all hear me all right? Yes? No? All right. Sounds like you can now. All right. Well, hello. So glad and honored to be here to celebrate the good doctor's 90th birthday. And glad to be here with all of you. My name is Eric Brakey. I am a former retired 3-term state senator from Maine, and I got my start in politics as the Maine state director for Ron Paul's 2012 presidential campaign. And now I left Maine recently to go run an outfit called the Free State Project in New Hampshire. We're building the libertarian homeland. It is my real pleasure today to have been asked to moderate this discussion between two great champions of liberty who have taken the fight in their respective careers into the belly of the beast, into the swampiest of the swamps. We have, well, both to my left, though maybe politically, I don't know, Chip Roy might be a little to my right, I don't know, we'll see. But I have the great former congressman from Michigan, Justin Amash. And current congressman from Texas in the Austin area, where I was briefly his constituent when I worked at Young Americans for Liberty, Chip Roy. If you'd like to, I guess, just say a little bit first, introduce yourselves, and then we can get into the topic, which is carrying the torch of liberty in legislative bodies, which we've all had some experience with, though these guys at a swampier level than I have.
Well, okay. Can you hear me? Yes. Yeah, okay. Good. It's hard for me to tell up here. So I'll say I'm like an OG Ron Paul person. I'm from the good old days, Gen 1 Ron Paul. I got introduced to Ron Paul a long time ago and was a supporter of his when he ran for president the first time. And I was running for state house at that time. And I was so excited to have a presidential candidate there on the ballot that I could vote for in that primary at the same time that I was running for office. And I got elected to the state house, fortunately. And, you know, Ron was a big inspiration to me as a person who would stand up and do the right thing regardless of party, regardless of the pressure, was willing to go it alone. I went into the state house, was often on the losing end of 109 to 1 votes. I think I broke the record in the state house for most 109 to 1 votes. And people told me it was going to be to my detriment that I was doing this, but then the very next cycle I got elected to Congress because people trusted me, because they believed that I was there to do the right thing, to fight for them, and wasn't just going to go play the game. And so I served in Congress. I was fortunate to serve in Congress with Ron for a term, and that was really like a magical experience. You know, to be there with him on the House floor, to get to go talk to him, ask his opinion on things. So, you know, I owe a lot of who I became as a legislator to Ron Paul, and I'm just honored to be here today so we can have this conversation and celebrate his birthday. Happy birthday, Ron.
Well, it's great to be here. I drove down from Austin because it's just such an important event to honor Ron Paul, who it's, you know, as someone who as part of the Freedom Caucus, as part of conservatives on Capitol Hill. I can't tell you how many times right now you keep hearing the phrase, man, Ron Paul was right. Right? It's just happening all the time, whether you're talking about the Federal Reserve or whether you're talking about the current state of limited government and how much he had an impact on the overall philosophy. And I was just talking to some of the guys at Reason Magazine, Nick and others, about, where are we right now in terms of Tea Party, in terms of MAGA, in terms of the legacy of where we currently stand, the Freedom Caucus, and all these various forces. And look, at some point, people have to recognize the legacy of Dr. Paul. I mean, is so significant because it endures and because it's based on principle and it's because it's based on philosophy that I think will sustain generations. It doesn't ebb and flow with a given moment. And that's something I just want to say. I did not get a chance to overlap with Ron in the House. I'm proud to serve with Rand and he's in the Senate. We're always conspiring together. And I was proud to serve alongside Justin for 2 terms. And, it's fantastic to be here. I don't want to drone on and on. I will just say this, one kind of little opening. I do represent the area, Kerrville in central Texas in the Hill Country. And obviously we had the floods that we just dealt with. I just want to appreciate all the prayers, all the support, and just give a shout out to what it means to come together as a community and not look and go begging for the federal government to come solve all your problems. We've had $100 million raised and counting coming into the Community Foundation of the Hill Country, people all across the country, volunteers who came in to help. It's the right way to do things, to support your community. It's focused on local government and state government and not looking to faraway governments like the federal government to solve your problems. So it's a good testament to what the spirit of Texas and the right way to do things. So I just want to thank everybody for your prayers and support.
All right, my first question is for Justin. Justin, I remember the first time I ever saw you in person. I was a young liberty activist at the 2011 CPAC. A bunch of Ron Paul ragamuffins. We all showed up there to vote for Ron in the CPAC straw poll. And he won, actually, that straw poll that year. And showing that Ron Paul had the support of the youth of the conservative base. And I remember there was this divide at CPAC. There was like this event that night where all the old school, kind of the more kind of establishment young Republicans, they went to go like eat a cake with Ronald Reagan's face on it, celebrating his birthday. But when there was an event with Rand and Ron and this new congressman from Michigan, Justin Amash. And I remember, Justin, you came out, you gave a great speech. I remember this was the Tea Party era. There's just been this big sweep through Congress, and I think a lot of optimism. You seemed pretty optimistic yourself at the time. I wonder how your perspective from that moment through the years that you spent in Congress. I know you'd already had the experience being in your state legislature. What lessons from that moment on did you kind of learn about being in the center of Congress?
Well, it's tough. I mean, Ron was there doing the work for so many years, often by himself, with no help, no one there to back him up. I was excited to get in there and be that second voice of reason to help Ron, to be the other person who could stand up. And then, fortunately, Thomas Massie came along soon after that, and he was just a godsend. I was like, okay, Ron's on his way out, and thank God Thomas Massie has shown up.
He seems to have a lot more gray in his beard since you've left Congress.
Yeah, he's looking. He's looking good though, Thomas Massie. Since so he was a godsend, to have that other person there who was willing to fight, stand up, and do the right thing. The thing is, when you're over there, it's such an uphill battle. I mean, you are outnumbered by hundreds of people. Like, just to get 10 people to vote the right way takes a monumental effort. You really have to pull out all the stops. So just to get 10, 15 people, and the hardest part when you're there is realizing that a lot of the people who tell you they're with you, they're not really with you. So you might start with 20 people who say, we're with you, we're 100% with you. And they'll tell the leadership team, yeah, we're sticking with Justin and Thomas, and we're going to do the right thing. And then by the time the actual vote comes around, it's just down to you and Thomas back in those days. So it's a very difficult challenge. And, you know, I feel for people like Chip, who's over there, he's fighting the good fight. Thomas is still there fighting the good fight. There are a few others, but it really is an incredible challenge. And I think that it's going to require all of us working together, trying to build this movement. You're not going to be saved by members of Congress, okay? You're going to have to save yourselves, right? It's going to have to be people at home saying, we've had enough of this, and working together to find a new way forward. And that might mean trying to elect better representatives, but it also might mean doing things in your community to really change the mindset and the culture, so that it's a lot easier to get people into Congress who are doing the right thing. And I just found that over time, as I was in Congress, it became more and more challenging. I feel like people were pulling further and further away from what was right. And by the time I left Congress, I felt like we were mostly just going through the motions every day. Chip knows this. You can't even really amend legislation anymore. There's very little you're able to do on a daily basis. And it's really discouraging for people who want to fight the good fight. It's very discouraging because we can't even get our ideas on the floor for a vote. So we can't even make the case because the leadership says, no, you can't have that vote. So that's very difficult.
And Chip, I'd love to ask you, I know that certainly one of the balancing acts for any state legislator with principles is trying to find that balance between our idealism, the ideas that we believe in, and being pure to those. And certainly I think Ron Paul represents kind of that model of I'm sticking for what I think is right no matter what, versus, you know, some people have pointed to Rand Paul as taking more of a pragmatic approach and trying to find the way to thread the needle to advance the ball, even if maybe you're getting 80% of what you want instead of 100% of what you want. How do you, in your role as a congressman currently serving, how do you try to find that balance between idealism and being pragmatic in terms of your work in Congress?
Well, you know, that, first of all, let me just say in agreement with Justin about how it is in Congress. And if you go back to the speaker fight of a couple of years ago with respect to McCarthy, all of our efforts at the time were designed to try to open that process back up, to increase amendments, to be able to get more votes on the floor, to get more representation in committees, to have more ability to amend. And frankly, it worked for a bit. And it occasionally kind of still works by virtue of how we populated the committees. We've forced some changes. So there are some improvements, but it's still, the town is pre-wired to kind of preset move things through. And so you don't really have open debate. So Justin's right, but we're making some headway in getting people to understand that, but it hasn't fundamentally changed to be an open system where you can just offer amendments on the floor, which then goes to the question at hand. And it's probably the most difficult question. At least for me, trying to figure out, and particularly right now, when you figure out, all right, what am I going to push for? And then if you push for those things, if you get some or a large portion of them, do you vote then for something you don't otherwise like? That happens, like pretty much every vote I take is that. And so you're going, all right, well, you know, I mean, we can sit here and go through a debate on, let's say, the big, beautiful bill, right? And at the end of the day, when you're pushing up through 3 o'clock in the morning on the vote, you know, after you have been one of 4 people who killed it in the budget committee, to force Republicans to recognize that if you're going to cut taxes, which I support, that you need to have spending reductions go along with that in a package. And we were able to deliver that as a principle, although you didn't get the spending cuts that I wanted, the total number. But we get $1 trillion of Medicaid cuts when I was told by the White House, we're not touching Medicaid. Or when we deliver about $400 or $500 billion of reductions in the, you know, green new scam subsidies, when we get work requirements on Medicaid and on food stamps, going, all right, well, we fought like hell to get these things, but it's like, you know, 30% of what I wanted, right, or a fraction of what I wanted. If I walk away from that, then what? And you start working through the, you know, the path from that point forward and what will happen. And will a bad deal be cut by moderates that will result in tax cuts we don't all love and spending that we don't all love and just perpetuation of the same system? I'm summarizing a lot really quickly in a complicated bill. That's the debate. And you have to just look at it and go, all right, well, did I get enough here to be able to say, I can look myself in the mirror and think that I made this stuff better by pushing us in that direction. There are things that we've done that I'm proud of. There are things that are a continuation of the same system. There's a reason we're $37 trillion in debt. I'm sitting there in the Rules Committee putting up charts showing what we're going to be doing to deficits and front loading in the spending that's going to increase deficits with savings in the out years. And Justin knows, well, that the out year savings never materialize. So you're putting forward all this stuff and you're trying to push it, and then you push that and you leverage that to get something and you get it. Then you go, well, now am I obligated to support it because I was in the room demanding I get X, trying to move the ball down the field. That's where we are right now. And different people land on different, results. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we are so far away as a Congress, from actually taking seriously our obligation in the spirit of Ron Paul, whom we're here to celebrate, to actually balance the budget, that I can't even put it into words. It's so far off that people like me are left going, all right, the Titanic, there's the iceberg. I'm just grabbing the wheel, and my own party is pulling the wheel in the wrong direction, and you're grabbing the wheel and pulling it as hard as you can, and you're just hoping we can miss the iceberg. That's where we are.
It's a pretty bleak picture.
Yeah.
Justin, I want to ask you, now you, as established, you have the experience of both serving in Congress and also serving in your state legislature. And I know that the example that while there are many paths to advance liberty, Ron Paul certainly established an example of one way to operate on the political path. And many people inspired by him, like you, like me, like so many others, have run for office one way or another, some running for federal office and succeeding, some running for the state legislature. And I guess from your experience, if you were to advise, let's say there is a principled, liberty-loving person right here in the audience today who's actively considering running for office, and they have a choice to run for the U.S. House or run for the State House. What advice would you give them?
Well, if you're just starting out, I'd run for the State House. I wouldn't run for the U.S. House. First of all, campaigns have become so much more complicated at the federal level. The amount of money you have to raise now to run for office, especially as someone new who doesn't have a lot of experience, is incredible. You have to overcome enormous pushback, all of the funding that's going to come in from super PACs and others who are going to be pushing not for you, but for the establishment candidate. And a lot of times the establishment candidates these days are disguised as conservatives. So they come in and they'll talk like they're conservative, and they're pushed as though they're the big conservative. But the truth is they're backed completely by the establishment, and the people in Washington know that when they get in there, they're going to fall in line, and that's why they're supporting them. And this is especially dangerous if you're running against a candidate who has no political experience, so you can't prove that they're going to be bad, but you know who's pushing them and who's backing them. So it's an uphill battle. I would say you have to start local, start at the very highest level. You'd start as maybe running for a state office, like a state representative or something similar. And the nice thing about those offices is that you can go door to door. You can knock on all the doors in the community. You can meet all the people. You can go to all the events. It's a lot easier than when you're going in a much larger district and you have to meet all sorts of new people, and most of them don't even know who you are. So start with the people you know, try to build a good reputation, and understand that you're in it for the long run. It's not just this one battle. You're trying to win this seat so that maybe 5 or 6 years down the road, maybe 10 years down the road, you'll run for a federal office. So you have to think about the long run. And I think we do have to build up those individuals who are sort of the next generation of Ron Paul-style legislators. We have to build them up at the local level so that they'll be there later on. And then you hope and pray that when they finally do make it to the federal level, that they stay true to their principles, because that's a whole nother challenge. And that's increasingly difficult as well for people to do. You'll see people come in, and in the first 6 months, they're like, I used to have this all the time. They'd come up to me, Justin Amash, I'm such a fan. I'm going to just vote the way you do. I'm going to look at how you vote, and I'm going to vote that way. I'm like, okay, let's slow down here. Let's talk. And, the first 6 months, they're like that. I've had new members of Congress, asking for my autograph. And then 6 months later, they're completely voting with the leadership team. And they don't even talk to me anymore. So this is what happens in Washington. And so we have to first, as I said earlier, let's change the culture. All of you have to help do that at home. You talk to your neighbors, your community, you go to your churches. That's how you change the culture first. And then you try to build from there to have a political system that will actually, be producing liberty results for everyone.
Chip, same question for you. To the hypothetical, we can applaud Justin. Yeah, sure. To the hypothetical liberty person in the audience today who's thinking about running for something, what advice would you give them?
I mean, I agree with Justin, not just for the practical reason of the difficulty of running congressionally versus state, and it's more because your better chance of affecting your community and being able to make it a freer and better place is massively higher at the state and local level. And, places like Texas, and I don't know what the mix is of Texans versus non-Texans in the room. It's probably a significant number of Texans. But, Texas is a great state, and I'm proud of this state. But Texas isn't as free as it needs to be. It's highly regulated. It has lots of issues we've got to deal with the size and scope of the Texas government. Texas isn't as safe as it needs to be. Texas isn't as, as strong as it needs to be with respect to our school systems. You can go down the list of things that we need to improve in Texas. That's where I'd start, because that's where the rubber meets the road in terms of whether you're living free or not, whether you can open a business or not, whether you can send your kids to the school of your choice or not, whether you can, be safe and secure in your homes and be able to have your Second Amendment rights protected by local law enforcement authorities, or have DAs and prosecutors who are treating you fairly, and all of those things that you need to do at the local level. Those things impact your life directly. Basically, what we're doing up in Washington is trying to minimize the damage, keep Congress out of your life, and try to minimize spending. That's basically what we spend all of our time doing. And look, I want to say on the more positive, right, because it does merit saying that this movement of the last 15 years, which I'd call post-Tea Party, Freedom Caucus, MAGA, this movement pushing back on some of the old, call it establishment Republican Guard, is real and is taking hold. And I think there's some generational recognition of what needs to change. And, for example, we got a massive expansion of direct primary care and the use of health savings accounts in that bill that we passed. We were able to get some significant reforms with respect to the tax policy on silencers and with respect to short barrels, but we weren't able to get where we wanted to go on the NFA generally, right? We were able to get incremental gains on some of these things that 5 years ago we would have been laughed away, right? We made serious changes with respect to those subsidies that were going out that undermine our energy system. All of those things are things that are real and responsive that literally we couldn't get any of that stuff done. We have a group of people that's able to hold the line. Take FISA, for example. I didn't think FISA should have been reauthorized. I voted against it. But by using the rules of the House and what we've done through the Speaker's vote, we forced it to a 2-year reauthorization instead of 5. We forced a whole bunch of reforms to it, but we got beat on the warrant question. Well, guess what? Because we made it a 2-year fight, that's back up next April. The old guard would have demanded that for 5 or 10 years, and we wouldn't have seen the light of day. So my point of bringing that up is we're making the incremental gains. So stay in the fight and do the fight state and locally, and then at the federal level, just stay on the issues we care about, making sure our liberties are protected. For example, we'll be fighting FISA again next April.
With the last few minutes, I want to ask Justin, watching your career over the many years, I was particularly impressed when there seemed to be, especially around issues of civil liberties and privacy, that you were able to pull together these large bipartisan coalitions that always looked just on the cusp of actually changing something. And then always, interestingly, it would seem to fail by like one vote. And you know, after a while of seeing like, wow, it seems like the important things fail by one vote a lot. Like
that Warren Amendment failed by one vote on FISA.
What can you tell us as we kind of to peel back the onion of Washington D.C.? Why do so many important things fail by one vote?
Well, first, to go back to the discussion of bringing together coalitions, you know, that's something I saw Ron Paul doing. Ron Paul was willing to work with anyone. If he had to work with Democrats to advance privacy, he was willing to do so. If he had to work with Democrats to stop wars, he was willing to do so. And that's one thing I learned. You can't just say, okay, I'm a Republican, I'm only going to work with Republicans, I'm not going to talk to Democrats. If you do that, you're not going to advance your cause, because a lot of times the parties overlap on many of the issues. In fact, on most important issues, they're actually quite aligned on a lot of things, aligned in the wrong direction. And then there are some issues where you will find people on both sides of the aisle aligned in the right direction. And so you have to be willing to put those coalitions together. And so I wasn't afraid to cross the aisle, to bring Democrats over and say, hey, will you work with me on this issue? Now, the truth is, when you do that, the leadership team gets really nervous. The thing that scares them the most is when you put together these coalitions that cross normal partisan divides, where you're able to bring people together who aren't normally aligned. They don't know how to handle that. They like to make Washington into something that is just clear-cut. Republicans do this, Democrats do that. And then they sell it that way. So as soon as it starts to cross party lines like that, it becomes very difficult for the leadership team. And then they have to pull out all the stops to try to stop you. And they will usually, through a bunch of incentives, peel off enough people so that you lose by one vote or two votes or something very small. And they have that power because the leadership teams can decide your committee assignments. They can decide whether you're a chairman of a committee or a subcommittee. They will decide whether you have a primary opponent. They will decide all sorts of things that affect your ability to move forward. I remember Kevin McCarthy running up to me and telling me he wasn't going to take me out to steak dinners anymore. And I was like, what do I care about the steak dinners? What are you talking about? But apparently that works on a lot of people. You know, they want to go to the steak dinners. And this is like early on where he told me this. So, you know, they will find ways to get at you. But we have to keep pushing forward. Ron Paul was hopeful in his message. I think there is that hope that we can work together, that we can come together, set aside all the partisan nonsense, and work together to move forward for liberty. And I really believe we will have that future. I think that we can do it as a group if we all work together. But it's going to take people at home bringing it on and working hard in their communities.
Anything you'd like to add to that, Chip?
I mean, Justin just said it very well. And look, I was trying to get to it a minute ago, and we're coming down to the last few minutes. But we should not ignore the great strides that we've made on issues of liberty. We have done extraordinary wonders defending core components of liberty. And we have increasing and growing coalitions on a lot of those fronts. I walked through the FISA issue. We made a lot of strides there, I mean, against the establishment. And I think we've made some improvements, and we're now standing in a place where next spring maybe we can go where we need to go on that. The Second Amendment and gun rights and other things that we've been able to make progress on. So make sure that, going forward, that's the core, and we're here to celebrate Ron. You know, that whole notion of liberty and limited government is the core of who we are as Americans and who we are as Texans. That's who we are. And if we lose that, we've got nothing. Okay? We've got nothing other than our faith in the Lord Almighty. But in terms of this earth, living free, is critical to our ability to be able to prosper and to be able to take the fruits of all of the people who have come before us and then pass that down to our kids and grandkids. We're fighting for it. Justin's fighting for it now out of Congress. I'm fighting for it in Congress. If you're in a state legislature anywhere, keep fighting for it, because that's the enduring principle. I think we're making progress, to Justin's point. And we've, there are things that I've saddled up with Democrats on, authorizations of the use of military force and trying to end those, because we've got several of those bills and we're trying to work to do that. Whether it's, we're trying to, this maybe not a core liberty thing, but I'm actually trying to restrict the ability of members of Congress to trade stocks, because I think it is a conflict of interest for while they're doing their job. So, I've got more Democrats on that bill than I do Republicans, and that's what I'm working on right now to try to get it passed this fall. So there's a lot of things we're doing to make Congress better, more effective, and make this country freer. So God bless Ron Paul for being such a great inspiration to all of us and for his service, and God bless all of you for being here to celebrate him.
Thank you. Well, I want to say thank you to Congressman Amash, thank you to Congressman Roy for this conversation, and I also just want to do one quick shameless plug, which is in New Hampshire, where the Free State Project exists, we have succeeded in electing nearly 100 Ron Paul-style Liberty legislators to the state capitol there. We are constantly looking for folks to come and visit the events that we do, but you don't even have to do that. I want to ask you, in the transition right now, if you want to hear about what's going on with all the liberty stuff and happening in the legislature in New Hampshire, go during the transition to fsp.org and sign up for our newsletter. So hopefully Sean Tima won't get too mad at me for plugging things. But let's give another round of applause to two great congressmen here with us today.
A practicing physician and former four-term congressman from Texas, has been a freedom fighter all his life. One of his achievements in Congress, the American Eagle gold coin, a giant step towards sound money. And this year he is running for president on the Libertarian Party ticket to give the American people a real choice.
A moderate use of government would be for government to mind its own business, to let people alone, to let the economy operate, and to let other countries live as they so choose. But I think the real radicals have been in charge for the past 50 or 60 years, and that's why we're facing so many problems today.
As a student, I'm sick and tired of the government telling me how to live my life. I want to be sure that when I graduate, I'll be able to live my life the way I want, and that's why I support Ron Paul.
There are many people who think that they can make a better world by telling people how to live, whether it's telling them what to eat or what to drink or how to act in the bedroom. And we have laws on the books and more laws proposed, and people being told by the government how they should live. And I think the American people don't want to have any part of it. And once they see what's happening, I think they're going to have to look at the views of the Libertarian Party and say, what does the Libertarian Party say about this? And clearly, we have a clear answer for it, and that is to say that the people ought to be left alone.
I'm a real estate broker, and I'm going to support Ron Paul because he's for the gold standard. The gold standard will stabilize our dollar and our interest rates and allow the young people of this country to buy their dream home again.
But the solution is really very easy. It's so easy people don't want to believe it. We should have a gold standard. Simple as that. We should take away from the politicians the power to create money out of thin air.
I know what wars are like. I don't want to see us involved in another one. And I know Ron Paul will keep us out of war. And this is why I support Ron Paul.
It isn't a policy of isolationism. It's a policy of withdrawing forces. It's a policy of non-confrontation. It means that we wouldn't be taking missiles and weapons and nuclear bombs and sticking them under the nose of anybody who seems to look different than us and aggravating them and agitating in order for us to get the military budget passed. But the policy of non-intervention, the pro-American defense policy, is something that was designed by the Founding Fathers. It's a good policy, and the American people ought to have a chance to vote for it again.
Are we having a good time? Are we having a good time? Fantastic. I don't know if there's been as much liberty in one place in a long time as there's been today, and there's still so many more great speakers to come. So I'm going to pass the baton for a little bit to a new MC. I'm going to bring up my good friend, the founder of You Are the Power, Mr. Spike Cohen. Come on down, Spike.
How's everyone doing? Great, good. No, I'm sorry. I thought I was at the Ron Paul birthday party. How's everyone doing? There it is. Okay. Good. I am in the right place. I was starting to get nervous. I am so honored to be one of the speakers at Ron Paul's birthday party, and I've spent a lot of time trying to figure out what it is I'm supposed to say. And part of the problem is, why does anyone care what I have to say? Ron Paul is here. Like, what am I going to say? So I figured out there's something I'm going to say that's going to, if I need to get you on my side here. So I'm just going to go ahead and say what we're all thinking here, which is, I agree with everything that Dr. Paul is going to say here today. Thank you. Thank you. Like everyone else here, Ron Paul has had and definitely has had an incredible impact on me. Like many of you, I first heard about Dr. Paul during the time of the war on terrorism and the Patriot Act and all of that nonsense. Some of you are too young to have been born during that or to remember that. So I'm going to say something that a lot of this isn't going to make sense to you. But back in my time, back when I was young, politicians used to say that they were going to limit the size of government and that they weren't going to start any new wars, and that they weren't going to run up any more debt or raise taxes or spy on you or anything. And this is the weird part. They'd get elected, and then they would do all of those things. I know that might sound foreign to you now, but they'd get into office, and they had more wars. They ran up more debt. They ran up more taxes. They created new spying apparatus and all of these terrible things. And Dr. Paul was the only consistent voice in Congress, one of the few consistent voices, period, who was saying, if you do these things, all of these terrible things are going to happen. If you have these wars, it's going to destabilize entire regions and create blowback, and we're going to have more wars as a result of it. If you keep spending money like this that we don't have, it's going to run up more debt. There's going to be more inflation. The price of everything is going to go through the roof. If you keep coming up with new boogeymen to attack and creating new agencies and new spying apparatus and all of these things are inevitably going to be used against us. And the political establishment at the time, pretty much across the board, bipartisan, said that he and anyone else who was saying this were a bunch of kooks and a bunch of radicals, and they were a bunch of isolationists, and they just wanted the terrorists to win. And we know what happened. It turned out Ron Paul was 100% right about every single one of those things. And so, even at the age of soon to be 90 years old, Dr. Paul continues to be one of the leading voices for liberty and common sense in this country. And so the one thing that we can learn from that, besides the fact that if Ron Paul says something's going to happen, it turns out it's going to happen. So we've learned that. He's right about everything. But the other thing that we can learn from that is that it's now our time to continue to spread that. This isn't just about saying that Dr. Paul has done incredible things. It's about what you can do. That has inspired so many people in this room who have taken Dr. Paul's legacy and continue to run with it. It's definitely inspired me with the work that I do at You Are the Power. And so I will say this, Dr. Paul, you are one of my heroes. You are a champion for liberty in this country. More importantly than any of that, you are my brother in Christ, and I could not be more honored to be a part of this. God bless you, and God bless the movement that you've continued to be the champion of. Thank you all so much. Now, I've got an incredible speaker that I'm going to be introducing next. He is an absolute powerhouse. He has been challenging the Hollywood establishment and bringing back family entertainment, family-friendly entertainment. He also was one of the co-founders of Endorse Liberty, which was a super PAC that actually helped Ron Paul in 2012. He is one of the board members of the Libertas Network, and he's also the co-founder of Angel Studios, which is the force behind The Chosen and King of Kings and the Tuttle Twins and Dry Bar Comedy and many other incredible programs. So give it up for Jeff Harmon. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Jeff Harmon. I'm probably the only person speaking today that's only ever met Ron Paul once at a walkthrough in Idaho that I drove 4 hours to see him during the campaign. But we also did a super PAC for him that was funded by Peter Thiel with millions of dollars to try to win Iowa. But we were so afraid to collude with the laws that we just never, ever actually talked to the campaign. I am a co-founder of Angel Studios. One of our shows is Tuttle Twins. And Tuttle Twins is the story of these two twins. The cartoon version of the story, there's the books and the cartoon. The cartoon they have a Cuban grandma who takes them around history in her time-traveling interdimensional wheelchair. And she lets them meet people like Benjamin Franklin, George Washington, John Adams, Harriet Tubman, Karl Marx, Frederick Bastiat. And they go and meet them, and she teaches them principles of economics and freedom. And the most popular episodes on this show, how many people in here are aware of Tuttle Twins? Okay, good. The most popular episodes on Angel are about inflation and hard money. They've been viewed many, many times. The series has been seen over 400 million times worldwide. We're in 4 seasons. It was crowdfunded. It's been funded now it's on season 4, $20 million of seasons. And this year, President Milei in Argentina, his team reached out to us. And they said they had been trying to get rid of public TV, but they couldn't. And so they put in Tuttle Twins on it to teach the next generation how to get rid of public TV. And because our version of Karl Marx is more truthful, there's a lot of people in Argentina that are in the media that are erupting. It's one of the top shows. Tuttle Twins has become massive. My experience with Liberty started a long time ago with an uncle who started a private school in a little town called Burley, Idaho. And he started a school that taught us, and he would read us articles from Lew Rockwell and Mises Institute. And years later, when I saw Ron Paul debating Giuliani in 2007, it was like a spiritual moment for me. I was a student, and I donated, and I wrote a little blog post about it, and then my uncle called me and said, Lew Rockwell just posted your blog. And then I met up with Connor Boyack, who sold 6 million copies of the Tuttle Twins books, and he and my brother started this series of Tuttle Twins. And I met Steve Oskouy, who suggested that we co-found Endorse Liberty, the Peter Thiel-funded super PAC. And just like my uncle's private school, it failed. It failed as in there wasn't a building anymore, but the ideas that he taught to the students in that little school have now created a top 10 US studio in America in box office, Angel Studios. And this huge show. And Ron Paul's campaign may have failed, and he didn't become the president. But as you all know, the movement is in many ways bigger than it's ever been and more decentralized and more powerful. And there's a quote from Samuel Adams: "It does not take a majority to prevail, but rather an irate, tireless minority, keen on setting brush fires of freedom in the minds of men." So I just want to thank Dr. Paul for what he has done, and there's a reason why we call him a modern-day founder. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Our next speaker is a man who has done more than just almost anyone else in spreading the ideas of sound economics and the Austrian school. He is the founder of Freedom Fest. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Mark Skousen.
All right. There's an old Maori saying, a noble man cannot be lost in a crowd. That's why I wear a hat. No. No, I'm talking about Ron Paul. You know, there's 435 members of Congress, and Ron Paul is better known than any of the other congressmen who are not in power, if you think about it. And as you know, I do Freedom Fest every year, and we do it in Las Vegas almost every year. We're going to be meeting next year in Las Vegas. And if you drive from L.A. to Las Vegas, you look to the left, and there's that sign, Ron Paul Revolution. It's still there. So it's pretty impressive. To me, Ron Paul is a wilderness prophet. And in the Old Testament and the New Testament, we're talking about a Jeremiah. In the New Testament, John the Baptist. And they preached a gospel that was not adhered to. They were not victorious. They lost many battles, and yet they are known today. So I want to mention one thing I did in preparation for this opportunity to honor Ron Paul. In 2007, we had the best debate ever on foreign policy, and it was Ron Paul and Doug Casey versus Dinesh D'Souza and Larry Abraham, with George Gilder as the moderator. And we had C-SPAN 1 and 2 both covering it. And you can go to C-SPAN today and just type in Ron Paul foreign policy, and up will come that debate. And I encourage everyone to see that debate, because you will see Congressman Ron Paul in the top of his game. He makes the points that are so memorable that we need to review that and see why he has been so successful in convincing people of a non-interventionist policy in foreign policy. I remember one quote in particular. In referring to the Middle East, he said, "We remember nothing. They forget nothing." Pretty profound statement. Now, Matt Kibbe mentioned that Congressman Ron Paul was known as Dr. No in Congress. And there's actually a website on Wikipedia that lists all the policy views of Congressman Ron Paul, who said no to the Department of Education, no to foreign aid, no to the UN, no to the IRS, no to estate and gift taxes, no to Obamacare, Dodd-Frank, Sarbanes-Oxley, no to the Patriot Act, no to the war on drugs, no to the Federal Reserve. I thought for sure everyone was going to start cheering, and the Fed. Exactly. But he was also Dr. No, K-N-O-W, right? And he said yes to the gold standard, yes to constitutional government, yes to lower taxes, yes to free trade, yes to the debt ceiling, and yes to the right to life of the unborn. Now, I've said everything that you're all applauding, and now I want to cover something that's a little more controversial.
because Congressman Ron Paul and I disagreed when it came to investment strategy for many years. I've been a bull, and he has been a bear on Wall Street. And that's a point of difference. But I've always argued that you can't have bulls without bears. You have to have them. And there are many times when his predictions have been proven wrong and yet eventually proved right. And there's an old saying that I have in my book, The Maxims of Wall Street, that says, to be right, you have to be wrong for a while. It's very seldom that a prediction is proven to be correct. So all my life, I have a whole bunch of books in my library on those who are prophets of doom and gloom and warning, like Jeremiah, warning about excessive government spending and the national debt and a stock market crash and a bear market. And it reminds me of my favorite story that occurred in 1975. I was at a conference where a very popular speaker, Jerry Smith, was a speaker, and he had written a book called Silver in the 70s, Silver Profits in the 70s. And he made a prediction. He said, silver will double and then double again. And I said, wow, that's a great statement. And it turned out to be correct in the 70s. In fact, silver went up 10 times. So everybody listened to what he had to say. And I'll never forget, in 1975, he was in a group of 1,000 investors. And here was his prediction. I wrote it down. It was so dramatic. He said, in 5 years, the dollar will be worthless. And I thought, wow, that's quite a prediction. Well, years came and gone, and there was a lot of inflation. The dollar was still with us, and in 1980, 5 years later, I was sitting next to Jerry Smith at dinner, and I turned to him and I said, Jerry, what about that crazy prediction you made that the dollar would be worthless in 5 years? He said, Mark, you misunderstood what I said. What I really said was the dollar would be worth less. There are some really important principles here that one of the things that really surprised me, because Ron, if you were involved in gold and silver deposits, that was his major investment at the time, as he was bearish on the stock market. But listen to this. In the 21st century, which sector has outperformed better? Gold or the stock market? It's been gold. So something is going on here. And I'll never forget that a statement by Sir Harry Schultz, who said, never underestimate the size of a panic. That's Ron Paul's message. Never underestimate the size of a panic. But the second part is also very important. Never underestimate the power of the politicians to bail out financial institutions. So while Ron Paul was very good at predicting the financial crisis of 2008 and is predicting future trouble with our national debt, and he is so right about that, it's just a question of time. So I will end with my quote from Warren Buffett, who made the statement that I thought was really profound and one you should never forget. He said, the light on Wall Street can go from red to green, from green to red without stopping at yellow. Happy birthday, Ron Paul.
Mark Skousen, everyone. Our next guest, our next speaker, he started his career in finance and saw the dark underbelly there. And he became so frustrated with the lockdowns that he actually started a podcast called Liberty Lockdown, where he focuses, on the evils of central banking, political corruption, central banking, cultural decay, and central banking. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Clint Russell.
Everybody has been so liberal with the time on the mic that I have now been officially double booked, and I'm supposed to be recording with Dave Smith, Scott Horton, and Luke Rutkowski in the back room right now, so I'm going to keep this extremely short. Mark Skousen shouldn't have gone that long. You should be mad at him. I'm never getting invited back to Freedom Fest. Anyways, I love Ron Paul. How could I possibly recap the impact that he's had on my life in 3 or 4 minutes? It's not possible. I remember my early memories of '99 and 2000 when I was graduating high school, and my favorite pastime was to corner drunk people on the patio and argue about privatizing roads and legalizing drugs. So basically what I'm saying is I've been a Ron Paulian since birth. He inspired me in ways that I can't possibly quantify, and I think that the biggest lesson that he's imbued upon me is that I'm so overwhelmed with rage at all of the corruption I see around me on a regular basis. And if not for the inspiration of Ron Paul, I do not think I would be able to survive the rage without dropping dead of a heart attack. His happy warrior spirit is a constant reminder that even in the face of abject evil, we still must find joy in this fight, lest maybe we shouldn't be in it to begin with. I think that is the thing that inspires me most about him, is that he continues to find joy, even as he is surrounded by duplicitous scumbag in D.C. for 50 years, media apparatuses that were lying about him and demonizing him, and yet he still maintained that country boy's smile throughout all of it. Happy birthday, Dr. Ron Paul. Let's have at least a decade more, brother. Appreciate you.
Russell, everyone. And our next speaker has been spreading liberty since before most of us were alive. He's the president emeritus of the Foundation of Economic Education. He has spoken about freedom and sound economics in dozens of countries. In fact, he was recently awarded the Poland's Grand Cross for his work in undermining the communist government back in the 1980s. This is how long he's been doing this. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Larry Reed.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm literally out of breath. My plane was 90 minutes late, and I just walked in the door. So I guess that's pretty good timing. But I appreciate the opportunity to be with so many friends of Ron and friends of liberty, and appreciate your giving me a few minutes to offer some thoughts. I've written them out because at my age, you never know whether you'll remember what you plan to say or not. So about 100 years ago, there was a British Prime Minister, a very forgettable one, named Stanley Baldwin, who once made a statement that the man we're honoring here today would never make. In fact, it expresses a shameful sentiment that is the perfect opposite of everything that Ron Paul proudly stands for. Baldwin said, quote, "I would rather be an opportunist and float than go to the bottom with my principles around my neck." Can you imagine Ron Paul ever saying anything like that? Right, damn right. We're still not sure what Baldwin's principles were, which is a big reason he remains forgettable. He went to the bottom with nothing around his neck but a lousy reputation. There are many adjectives that should appear in front of the name Ron Paul. Friendly, personable, generous, passionate, consistent, faithful, etc., etc., but none more appropriate than this one, principled. Nobody can ever say they don't know what he stands for. We love him because we know his views aren't expedient or demagogic or transitory. They flow from deeply held, well-informed, time-honored principles, liberty being foremost among them. In one form or another, I hear people suggest that an open mind is somehow superior to possessing an informed opinion or embracing a solid principle. Opinions and principles are connected, but at least they ought to be. Principles are foundational, and opinions are based at least in part upon them. So think of principles as first, opinions second. That's Ron Paul, a man of principles whose opinions flow from the principles that he holds. Principles are guidelines, fundamental truths. They include axioms and morals and ideals and laws of nature and human behavior. They are as bedrock as it gets. You have an opinion on something because somewhere along the way you've adopted a principle or two. Another word for principle is conviction. Tragically, too many people lack the courage to embrace principles and convictions or are afraid to tell the world what they are. Not Ron Paul. He never shrinks, never has shrunk from speaking truth to power because it is one of the core principles that define his life. To be principled is far more than just uttering platitudes or high-sounding maxims. To be principled means you put your actions where your mouth is. It's a sign of good character. To be unprincipled should never be a compliment. If you dodge and weave to avoid principles so you can claim to have an open mind, you're simply demonstrating how empty your mind really is, and perhaps your soul as well. Thomas Jefferson once advised, in matters of style, swim with the current. In matters of principle, stand like a rock. Well, Ron, if you're in the room at the moment, I don't think you and Jefferson ever actually met, but I think he had men like you in mind when he said that. Ron, a million thank yous would still be insufficient to express the depth of gratitude that lovers of liberty feel toward you. Happy birthday, and may you bless the world with many, many more. Thank you.
Are we still having a good time at Ron Paul's 90th birthday barbecue? Awesome. It is incredible to see so many liberty lovers in one space at one time. This is just so incredible. I'm really glad you all came out. So, we have got a panel coming up soon, but first, I would like us, if I have the attention of Mr. Technical Director in the back, can you show me the money bomb? $169,000. That's tremendous. That's tremendous. If you have not yet contributed, please consider chipping in what you can. There is no amount that is too small. All proceeds go to the Ron Paul Institute. We accept credit card, fiat. We accept any crypto that is humanly possible to think of, and so much more. So check it out, ronpaulmoneybomb.org, and we can give Dr. Paul an incredible birthday present. So, we have a panel coming up soon. Mr. Technical Director, are we going to run the video first? All right, we're going to run the video.
Hi, Ron. I really wish I could be there with everyone celebrating your 90th birthday, but unfortunately, I am preoccupied trying to solve some government-created problems. You know how that is. But I wanted to take an opportunity to say that you have been an inspiration and a hero of mine pretty much my entire adult life. You know, all the years when you were in Congress, I always regarded you as my congressman, even though I never lived in Texas, because you are the only congressman that truly ever represented me. And I can't think of a time where Congress needed your wisdom and your integrity more than it needs them right now. And I am so grateful that you raised a great son in Rand to be in Congress, to carry on your legacy and to fight for what all of us believe. Rand Paul definitely has great genes. But I want to commit one thing to you right now, Ron. No matter what I'm doing, no matter how preoccupied I am, I will definitely be there for your 100th birthday. Anyway, I hope I see you soon. Have a great one, and here's to you. Happy birthday, my friend.
All right. Thank you, Peter Schiff, who unfortunately could not be here with us today, but did the courtesy of sending in a video. So, without further ado, I'd like to introduce our next round of panelists. They're going to talk about tales from the campaign trail, right? Those who are on the road and playing a great role with Dr. Paul in 2008 and 2012. Really what put Ron on the map to the rest of the country. You know, we owe these folks a lot of gratitude, not just those who are on the panel, but for those of you in the room who were part of those campaigns and those who couldn't be here today, who really brought Ron to the forefront of this country and to the media. So in no particular order, we've got Connor Boyack on this panel of the Libertas Institute and Tuttle Twins. We have got Mike Maresco, who, among many things he did on the campaign trail, rode his bicycle across the country to promote Dr. Paul. We've got Stephen Asqui, who is part of Giga Fund and who made a lot of efforts to raise money for Dr. Paul on the campaign trail. It was a huge part of the reason his name was so out there and so well funded. And also Mayor Glenn Kane Jacobs of Knox County, Tennessee, who stood up during the lockdowns and for Dr. Paul during the campaign. So, without further ado, let's get the panelists on the stage, please.
I'll stand. Testing. Okay, I'll be at the podium, awkwardly hovering over my panelists. This is great. How's everyone doing? Applause is what you hear when you go to normal conferences. I want everyone chanting "End the Fed" instead of clapping your hands like this. Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you. We got to reminisce. Well, that's what we're here to do with these distinguished panelists, is to have fun reminiscing, get a little bit of a nostalgia boost. So I want to start with bicyclist extraordinaire Michael. As we think early days, 2008, the campaign was so decentralized, which was a unique feature of Ron Paul's campaign compared to anybody else. And I can think of no one better than Michael who kind of resembles the decentralized nature of the campaign. So Michael, I'd love for you to kick us off. Share a story from your experience, early campaign days, 2008.
Early campaign days, it was, I went into my first, I was a non-political person. I went to my first meetup group, and it was libertarians arguing about libertarian things. And I decided that, okay, this has got to change, so we need to get out on the street. So that's what we did. We walked around Oahu first, carrying a "Who is Ron Paul" sign and Google Ron Paul sign. Built that meetup group. But then I found Ron Paul forums. And that was really, really exciting. And the biggest thing, meetup was huge too. What Phoenix and New York City was doing on Meetup in the beginning was enough to inspire me to leave Kauai. It was, there is going to be a revolution going, and the internet is doing something that has never been seen before. So I realized, I mean, Dr. Paul cured my apathy, and but it was the Meetup, and it was the rising up of the Ron Paul revolution that really gave me hope for America. And that is continuing today. So, and then, you know, the early things, I mean, it's a money bomb day. So people don't really probably know how that first money bomb went, but I mean, it went really well. But what we were doing, somebody had hacked Ron Paul's MySpace, and we got all of his followers, and we broke that up into groups of 600. There was a huge list, and we built it up to groups of 600, and we were all individually contacting people, ask him to send $20 on this one day, and contact everybody you know and ask him to send $20 on this one day because there's an honest politician running for president. So I'm hoping everybody is doing that today telling their friends to donate to an honest politician for a money bomb to continue Ron Paul's legacy.
I love it. Okay, thank you, Michael. As we think about those early days, one of the pivotal moments for probably many people in this audience, in fact, I'd love to just, for kicks, raise of hands, for whom among you was the Giuliani moment like a pivotal moment in your awakening? Do we have anyone in the room where that applies? We got probably 20, 40, 50 people. So Glenn, I want to go to you because the debates were kind of an instrumental aha for you with Ron Paul. Can you share that story where you had that epiphany?
Yeah, sure. Did you say MySpace?
MySpace.
I feel really old. Wow. Holy cow. Yeah, the debates were very important. And when you watch the debates, it gave you, it's kind of a microcosm of the overall media treatment of Ron Paul. We all remember this. You know, he would come in second in a caucus, and on the news it'd be like, so-and-so came in first, and this guy came in third, strong showing. Who came in second? You wouldn't talk about that, right? So I don't remember what debate it was, but, you know, in case you guys don't know, these things are all Television products, so there's that. But all the candidates walked to the center of the stage, and they're all glad-handing and shaking hands, and that was a good one, that was a great one. The only one that didn't was Ron Paul, and he was standing off to the side at his podium, shuffling his notes. Now, I'm sure that all the political commentators are like, yeah, no one likes old Ron Paul. He's not part of the Republican establishment. And that was what clicked was, no, he's not part of the Republican establishment. It showed you who was in the clique, who was in the club, who was in the establishment, and who wasn't. And the one guy that would stand alone, that would stand on a stage being ridiculed, like what happened with the Giuliani moment, but he would stand up for a principle. And of course, he wasn't standing there alone. He was standing there for millions of us, and soon enough, millions of us would be standing with him. But for me, it was just a microcosm of just his principle and his willingness to stand on that principle no matter what. The debates woke a lot of us up. I distinctly remember the Giuliani moment. It went as viral could be back in those days. And impacted many people, Steve, including you. So I'd love for you to talk about how you first connected with Ron, and then let's fast forward briefly to the 2012 race where you set up a super PAC. Give us that kind of progression of events.
Yeah, so the debates were the first time I'd heard of Ron Paul. That I'm someone who's always been skeptical of politicians and frustrated by government, and I saw this person in the debate that the stuff he was saying made sense. And I didn't understand how he got in front, like the mainstream media let him be on stage there. But I thought that, so I started to follow him then, and I became interested in trying to see if I could help. That I had like some internet marketing expertise. I didn't have any experience with politics, but I thought that if I could figure out, maybe my skills would be useful there, and if I could help, I would want to. So I first talked to the campaign in 2008. Nothing came of that. But in 2012, I was talking to a group on a conference call with a group of Ron Paul supporters, and trying to figure out how to help. And I heard this other person on the conference call that was Jeff Harmon, who later started Angel Studios, and I was impressed by him. And I asked him if he'd be interested in starting up a super PAC with me. And I said, I'll put $500,000 of my own money, and I think some of my friends in Silicon Valley will come support us as well. And do you want to do that? And after one more phone call, he said yes, and we decided to start Endorse Liberty, never having met in person. And then a little bit later, we went to San Francisco, met with a lot of my friends there, enlisted their support. That culminated with a 15-minute meeting with Peter Thiel, where I was sharing what I was doing and asked him if he'd join me in supporting Ron Paul. And he said yes. He committed to another $2.5 million. And and it ended up being very helpful in us then launching Endorse Liberty. And a lot of people this would be surprising to a lot of people, but up until a year after the campaign, I had never met Ron Paul. So this is just me wanting to see how I could help, that this person was so impressive that I thought that if, I can't complain about how things are unless I'm willing to do whatever I can to help.
So I want to pick at that a little bit. This phone call you mentioned, where you met Jeff Harmon, where you guys decided to go start this super PAC together. Who organized that phone call? Was that a campaign thing? Was that a volunteer thing, or what was that?
It was actually another super PAC, the Revolution PAC, that both that both Jeff and I were interested in volunteering for that group, and so we were talking to a lot of people who were supporters there, and in the process of that got me thinking, actually, this, I should probably launch a PAC that putting together an internet marketing team, and then the people I know in Silicon Valley, that I thought we could probably come up with techniques to get very, very good results.
I want to come back to you in a minute and talk about the effectiveness of the ads that you were doing. You guys were doing some very unique, interesting stuff. I asked that follow-up question in part because, Michael, it connects me back to your story and that of many others where super PACs are independent of the campaign. These are people just of their own initiative standing up. Your story of biking around the country, I think it was twice, right? Was so interesting to me because seeing that unfold, it was kind of this Forrest Gump moment of like, what's this guy doing and why is he doing this? And so that was disconnected. You end up biking with Ron Paul, I believe, here in the community. I'd love for you to tell that story.
Well, I mean, I got on the bike again to get people to, I really just wanted to set an example of getting out into the street, and then it turned out I was able to string meetups together and connect one another. And I had never been a cyclist, so it was a little intimidating, but I had a lot of support. There was the decentralized nature. I mean, I had a breakdown in Louisiana and in the middle of nowhere, and I posted to the forum, and 10 minutes later, somebody said, "Oh, I'm an hour away. I'll stay right there. We'll come and pick you up." And they picked me up. They brought me to a bike shop, got me fixed up, and I was on the road again. Our decentralized nature was amazing, and it really continues. So then I get down to here, and I just decided I wanted to see what this Ron Paul guy was like. I wanted to know what his constituents thought of him, because I had read Lou Rockwell's archive. That's when my apathy was cured. So I wanted to come to the district, and it was amazing because everywhere before that, it was always, well, who is Ron Paul? Well, Google Ron Paul. I get to the district, and I go in and I pitch a store or something to leave some flyers, and they're like, oh, yeah, he delivered our kids. Everywhere in Texas 14 loved Ron Paul. It was just so much different than everywhere else in the country I've been. So I was really glad I had come through here because it gave me the confidence to promote him that much stronger, knowing he was loved by his constituents that much. Mm-hmm. And then I get a call one day from a local meetup, and it's like, would you like to ride with Ron Paul? And I was like, well, of course. But it was very surreal because I'm not a political guy. I'm not a student of libertarianism. I'm not any of that stuff. I believe an honest politician with principles can inspire people to do amazing things. And that's what happened. So the next thing I know, I'm riding through Lake Jackson with Ron Paul on my side, and I didn't know what to ask him. It was surreal. Mm. And then we ended up at the local newspaper. They did an article. And then next day I found out I was on the AP picture roll of the day. And it really, so I thanked the local meetup, Bruce Bullock, who actually arranged that. And that supercharged my activism. And that was the decentralized nature. It was a local meetup supporter who had a connection and made an idea, and it really powered us on, and that again inspired more people. So Decentralized for the win.
What's amazing to me about that is that the Ron Paul campaign never could have planned or thought up these ideas, right? Like, this was just spontaneous order of true emergent ideas bubbling up from the community. Glenn, I'm going to go to you next. I want to know the time where you first met Ron. I think it was in Tennessee. I'm going to, as the moderator, indulge for just a moment to share my first time. In 2007, I got married and went on my honeymoon to Lake Tahoe. And we're 2 days into the honeymoon when I get an email saying that the Ron Paul campaign is making an impromptu stop in Salt Lake City near where I lived at the time. And I turned to my newlywed bride of all of about 36 hours or so, and I said, honey, what would you think about, I didn't mention, his stop was on our last day of our honeymoon. And so I turned to my newlywed bride and I said, do you mind if we cut our honeymoon a day short? And to her eternal credit and showing that I picked the right person, she said yes. We hustled home. Was able to meet the living legend for the first of many times and spread the word to so many other people about not only who he is, but the ideas that he stands for. Glenn, I want to go to you. Tell us about that first time that you met him, but I am also curious, how long were you aware of him beforehand? Like, had you kind of been reading his stuff, or give us a little bit of the pretext and then tell us about the meeting?
Sure. You know, you're talking about also the grassroots nature and a really spontaneous order of the campaign. Where else would you find a campaign where just someone decided to paint a blimp and to float around? I mean, just amazing, all the just really cool stuff that set the campaign apart from anything previous or since. I actually came upon the ideas of liberty in the late 90s, and I found Ron Paul that way. It was John Stossel had done a documentary called Mr. Stossel Goes to Washington, and one of the people that he interviewed was this crazy congressman from Texas who said everything I believed. And I was like, wow, you know, and from there, you know, once I became aware that there was someone in Congress that I agreed with, obviously there was a very strong, you know, philosophical attraction. The first time I ever met Dr. Paul was at a rally in Nashville, Tennessee. Previously to that, I thought I was the only person who believed like I did in among the millions of people that live in East Tennessee, maybe throughout the entire state. But I'm driving I-40 West to go to Nashville, and it was amazing. You see the bed sheets on the interstate overpasses with the Ron Paul revolution. And prior to the rally, they had a luncheon for, to meet Dr. Paul. I'll never forget, I had already maxed my campaign contributions. I'm fortunate enough to be able to do that. And I was like, wait a second, I can't pay this money because I am not going to break the law, with the campaign and everything. And, so I called someone, I was like, I'd really like to meet him, and I've already given, okay, cool. So when he came walking in, y'all, I'm in entertainment, so I know a lot of celebrities and deal with a lot of celebrities. I don't get starstruck very easily. When he came walking in, I felt like Thomas Jefferson had walked in the room. I'm literally speechless. I couldn't even talk. And one of the reasons, Dr. Paul would always say, it's not the messenger, it's not him, it's the message. But it was the messenger too. Because of his humility, his ability to relate to people, that went a long way. So it was a lovely time. And then afterwards, I thought I was the only person in my state that thought like I did. And then I found out there are 5,000 people willing to give up a Saturday to go to Nashville to go to a campaign rally.
And all of them shouting, "And the Fed."
Yes, and also, and these were not, but they were not your typical political people. They were people from all, just all walks of life. One of the cool things, though, was when you're walking into the rally, they were playing Motley Crue's Dr. Feelgood. I was like, I don't know if Dr. Paul knows that song, but cool.
Took some creative liberties.
Yeah.
Us poor people were spray painting bed sheets, as you point out, hanging them from freeways, holding signs on the side of the road, painting fences along interstate highways as best we could. Steve, your efforts were deep contrast to that kind of very grassroots. You guys were spending a bunch of capital, optimizing all these ads. I would love to get inside that a little bit. What was that like? Because what you guys were doing in 2012 was very sophisticated for the time. The other campaigns were just doing traditional media, all these ads that they thought were effective, but you guys were like doing this rapid fire testing, trying to figure out what's the most effective ad. So I would love to know, you guys tested even a lot of videos, a lot of campaign messages. So in addition to peeling back the layers there, I would also love to know, what do you think was the most effective ad during the 2012 race? What video would you point people to say this is what converts people to Ron Paul and his ideas?
Yeah, so in launching Endorse Liberty, I had no experience with politics, so I was trying to figure out what would be the most effective ads. So my background before was had an internet marketing ad agency, and so I came up with a way to do a lot of testing to figure out which ads were most effective. And I tested all of the ads that all of the other campaigns ran, all the professional ads, the ads that the Ron Paul campaign had, and then I also tested the most popular grassroots viral videos. And I was really surprised to find that the professional political ads had almost no impact on causing people to want to vote for a candidate. But some of the grassroots videos were extraordinarily effective. And one in particular, it would be about 11% of people were supportive of Ron Paul before they saw the video, and about 40% wanted to vote for him after the video, which are unheard of numbers for political ads. And so I thought, okay, that's the video. We should put our resources behind that. And so it was a husband and wife team that got their permission to share the video, and we worked to make some additional variations in another new video. But I think that was. It was a 15-minute video, and I think that Ron Paul doesn't speak in sound bites, and so having the longer form video was helpful in delivering the message, and also people could tell that it was a work of passion versus a slick campaign ad, and so I think it felt very real, and that was one of the reasons that it resonated.
Do you feel like those learnings from almost over a decade ago, like for people running for office today, or people carrying on Ron Paul's legacy in their, county government or running for state office, what learnings could we extract from what you guys were doing at Endorse Liberty?
I think that some of that is definitely applicable. One of the thoughts I had with the longer form video was that if we can capture someone's attention at the beginning with something very compelling, and then you have, as long as it's engaging, you have an opportunity to deliver more and more of your message, versus just trying to have something where you only have a few seconds. But you have to capture people's attention very quickly. There's some ways that a lot of things have changed a bit, like the specifics of the different platforms, or TikTok didn't exist, stuff like that. But and I think also the idea of testing and figuring out does this message resonate, that when someone sees this, do they get what you're saying, and do they want to support the candidate?
I recall Tom Woods over the years, and I'm going to butcher it, he says it better than I, but where's the legacy of Newt Gingrich, or where's the Mitt Romney fan club, right? You don't see these people who are flash in the pan. Where's the legacy of their ideas? There is none. So Michael, as you think back to your involvement with Ron Paul, you mentioned with MySpace, you were going, I don't know if you said it here on stage, maybe you did, but you told me earlier that you and other volunteers each took a list of 600 people who were following Ron Paul, and you were like DMing them, or whatever we called it back in those days on MySpace, when you had the animated GIFs and music playing on people's pages, and I'm aging myself now. You would go and you would DM these people, and you were asking them directly to donate, right? As you think about that, and then you look about today, what stands out to you about how people responded to that message? Were they doing it? Why were they so eager to do it? What was that like to kind of be part of that decentralized communication directly to other people outside of this top-down campaign structure? Tell us, what was that like for you to be in the middle of talking to all these people?
Well, I didn't get a lot of feedback from the people I mentioned. I mean, I got some people coming back, but we were sending out a lot. And what I would do, and what my friends that we were talking together do, we would make sure that we read the page first. We weren't just going into their message thing and copying, pasting something in there. We were looking at their page and finding their interests and writing something that would relate to them, and it worked. It really did work. And it was the collaborative nature of the Ron Paul forums that enabled that. It was our able to connect and our ability to talk to one another and say what's working, what's not working, and so yeah, it really worked. It was crazy. I was pedaling on my bicycle the day of the money bomb itself. I was trying to pedal my bicycle, but every time I was in the desert too, so every time I got to an underpass, I'd get in the shade, of course, and check my phone. I had a smartphone back then in 2007, and I would check my phone, and I would see this going, and it just got harder and harder to concentrate. I think I only made maybe 50 miles that day because I was like, I got to find a hotel and just watch this. It was something else. All of you who participated in those early days I thank you guys so much.
Final word, Glenn, I'm going to give to you. I think if Dr. Paul were on the stage with us right now, he would want us to think forward. As fun as it is to reminisce about the past, it's about spreading the message, pushing it forward. So Glenn, you mentioned you've been connected to these ideas for a long time, and then we had Ron Paul come on the scene. He was the Thomas Jefferson. For everyone in the audience, for those of us who were involved in the campaigns, what are your thoughts on how do we push those ideas forward and what comes next?
So the Ron Paul organization was brilliant in understanding to play the long game and using the campaign to spur a movement as opposed to the campaign ending when the election did. And as a political candidate, the way you look at things is, your name appeal with your base or your base is your name appeal, how many people, or name recognition, how many people know you, but then also the passion with which they will support you. Okay, so it's broad but also deep. Ron Paul had the deepest attraction among any with his base, and he was able to take that and to form these various organizations which now are carrying this work on. And a lot of it's actually happened underground. You don't think about the changes that have been made. Like some folks will say, oh, nothing really changed. You look back, I can tell you things changed immensely because of the organizations that were formed and because of all of you. The most important thing, I believe, is the spontaneous order. That's what the campaign actually relied on, was people doing their own thing, riding bicycles, painting blimps, doing all these things to promote an idea. The centralized part will always have its place, but ultimately, to me, it's providing resources which all of us can actually go out and promote these ideas. That's how you win in the long run.
That's a great message to end on. Glenn, Michael, Steve, thanks for joining us. Please help me give a round of applause.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
I would ask the congressman to withdraw that comment and tell us that he didn't really mean that.
Congressman?
I believe very sincerely that the CIA is correct when they teach and talk about blowback. When we went into Iran in 1953 and installed the Shah, yes, there was blowback. The reaction to that was the taking of our hostages, and that persists. And if we ignore that at our own risk. That if we think that we can do what we want around the world and not incite hatred, then we have a problem. They don't come here to attack us because we're rich and we're free. They come and they attack us because we're over there.
All right. So at Young Americans for Liberty, every few months we have new staff come in, right? Especially young folks straight out of college. If you can believe it, there are kids graduating college today who were born after 9/11, right? It makes me feel old. But we make sure that everybody watches the Giuliani clip at least once, because this clip is so significant, because as we know, people in this room know, this was the moment where Dr. Paul could have backed down. He could have hedged on his answer, right, to go with a complete anti-war, non-interventionist stance at this time, in this place in 2007 during the Bush administration, but he didn't. He stood true to the truth and to his word, and he created a cultural, complete ripple effect where people thought about foreign policy in that day and age for the first time differently. Many people were awakened in that clip, and we owe it to Dr. Paul for standing tall in these moments of toughness. And speaking of standing tall in moments of toughness, especially when talking about the hard truths of foreign policy, our next speaker and guest MC is someone who has been consistent for decades, who has logged so many interviews with people speaking truth to power, is a great writer, and was recently featured on Tucker Carlson. Please welcome to the stage, Scott Horton.
All right, hi y'all, thank you very much for that. Very kind of you. All right, let's see. Oh man, I can't read this. I grew old, now my eyeballs don't work anymore, but my handwriting is still small. I'm gonna have to make an adjustment. There we go, all right. We are here to celebrate the greatest American ever, Dr. Ron Paul. And I mean that when I say it, too, because what it is he taught more people about freedom than any other person who ever lived, really. And he's a better man than any of the founding fathers. Even if you take the greatest ones who wrote the greatest things, they have flaws that our guy is not saddled with. He's a wonderful man. And when he taught people about freedom, he didn't just teach them about freedom. He taught them about real libertarianism, Austrian school economics, and non-interventionist foreign policy, the full package. And most importantly, he showed by example that one need not identify at all with the political left to be anti-war. And that was the crucial part of the Giuliani moment, and there was a lot to it. But what it really was he was setting the example. He was saying, see, you do not have to move left. You do not have to identify with Michael Moore or Jane Fonda or the guy that played B.J. Honeycutt on MASH. He was good on the war. But you don't have to identify with them because look at me. He's a Texas Republican congressman. And he said, I don't believe in any of this stuff, and you don't have to either. And overnight, like 20 million minimum, 30 went, oh, perfect. He gave him a hall pass. I don't have to believe in that. Ron Paul said, if I like my identity, I can keep it. I just don't have to believe in these lies anymore. What a relief. And so he changed the country overnight in that moment by doing that. And of course, by his consistency, leading up to that moment and in all the time ever since then. And think about what was going on in that Giuliani moment. He was feeding the American people the most bitter pill of all. It wasn't just that he was telling us something true. He was saying that America was attacked because Bill Clinton had been bombing Iraq from bases in Saudi Arabia for 10 years in the lead up to September 11th. And that was what it was all about. They don't hate us because we're good. They hate us for our criminal foreign policy. And as he said, if we ignore that, then we ignore that at our own peril. And we, as he put it, being a congressman there, taking responsibility that he really did not own for the federal government's behavior, said we're putting the American people in danger by ignoring this truth. And now that's something that nobody who didn't already know that's something nobody wanted to hear. It's a terrible thing, but people knew it was true when they said it. Bill Clinton, we used to call him the mad bomber. He did nothing but kill people for 8 years straight. We all know that. So it made sense to people. They knew it was true. And they realized that here's this guy, this congressman, who the only reason that we have opportunity to hear him say these things is because he's running for president. And then here, apparently, like there's no other explanation for it, right? Other than he respects us enough to tell us the truth, despite what they would have him say. That's what it was. And so then we respected him back. And he is a great guy to match his principle. He's a doctor, not a lawyer. And he's a great family man, as everyone knows, still happily married to his high school sweetheart. And he has always set the greatest example of courage, honesty, and deep knowledge about every issue that he discusses, which is everything of importance to our national society. Now, my first Giuliani moment was actually 10 years before you guys. It was in 1997. And I was just up late in the middle of the night watching C-SPAN. And I saw a rerun of Dr. Paul speaking to an empty House of Representatives, just him and whoever's filling in as the speaker. And he said, "Mr. Speaker, I hold here in my hand reports from the British press today. It says that President Bush was selling chemical weapons to Saddam Hussein right up until the invasion of Kuwait in 1990. And I think that's just so important, and I want to enter that into the congressional record." And I went, whoa, what? And I already knew that was true, but did I know that a congressman would say that? I did not know that. And then I looked, and at the bottom of the screen it said, Ron Paul, R, Texas. And I went, whoa, because we all know that the Bushes are from Connecticut, but Bush Sr. nominally, he made his career here. He was in the oil business in West Texas and was closely identified with Houston and Texas politics. His son was, at that time, had just won for the governorship a couple of years before. So here's a Texas Republican who's willing to say that about the current Texas governor's father, the previous Republican president. That was really impressive to me, and that was the first time I ever really took notice of Ron Paul. I had heard him one time on the radio before that, but I didn't understand what was going on. It was the middle of a conversation. But that was my first real Giuliani moment that I experienced all by myself. And I have a great anecdote about the actual Giuliani moment, but I don't have time for that one. Well, my friend Mike about threw the TV out the window when Giuliani tried to pick on our guy before Ron Paul stood up for himself, and we all cheered, and it was great. Anyway. And then also, when I first found antiwar.com, my friend Shauna said, "Hey, look at this website, antiwar.com." I'm like, "Oh, great, but what is that, like some kind of socialist thing?" And she goes, "No, look, they run Ron Paul." And that's how I knew these are my guys. And anyone can go and check the record, antiwar.com/Paul. We got 555 articles by Dr. Paul dating back to the 1990s, dating back to the days of the Kosovo War, and up to and including last week, with the most detailed knowledge on every single issue of foreign policy, and of course domestic policy as well. You got to check the archives at LouRockwell.com and at the Ron Paul Institute and the other places for all of his great opposition to domestic tyranny as well. And now, before I go, I wanted to say something I thought was kind of funny and maybe a little tragic, that at one of these birthday parties, it was just at Dr. Paul's house a few years ago, and I actually had a chance to just sit down and talk, just the two of us, for, I don't know, seemed like a long time to me. It was probably just 10 minutes or something. It was pretty great. And then one of the things that Dr. Paul said to me, he goes, "You know what I like about you, Scott, is you are always so polite, and you never get angry or say bad words or yell at anyone." And I thought, man, that's really great, Dr. Paul, that you respect me, but I guess it's kind of sad that you apparently really don't know anything about me. But I'm very flattered, and I still am, that he thinks I'm a good person at all and respects me at all. And I'll try very hard to do better and live up to Dr. Paul's great example. Of course, those things are what we all love about Dr. Paul. And so thank you, Dr. Paul, and happy birthday, and many more. All right, and next up is Josie, the red-headed libertarian. She is a fearless voice in the fight against censorship and statism. You probably follow her on X, where her takes are sharp and her reach is massive. She turns memes into weapons and arguments into awakenings. Give it up for Josie, the redheaded libertarian, everybody.
Can you guys hear me? Good. I'm Josie. I have this fear that I'm going to walk out on stage and faceplant in front of all of you, so I asked for a chair. And I didn't. Please clap. Thank you. All right, so if you follow me on X, you know my superpower is turning everything into revolutionary history. So I was thinking, I'm like, well, I could do a speech about Ron Paul and talk about how he's against foreign entanglements like George Washington and John Adams, could talk about how he opposes large government, you know, and we have a Bill of Rights. And for that reason, I'm like, you know what, I kind of want to take this in a different way. I kind of want to talk about, I kind of want to do an homage to his What If speech from 2009. So I wrote something down because I'm a really terrible public speaker. Thank you. Yeah. So in an homage to Ron Paul's 2009 address on the House floor, I ask you today, what if Ron Paul had become our president? I want you to picture a crossroads in 2008. A single moment where the stars aligned and the timeline hopped and America chose a different future. What if, instead of endless wars and ever-expanding government, America had embraced Ron Paul's principles to shape our policies and our destiny? What if we had chosen peace over war? What if, under Dr. Paul's leadership, we had brought our troops home from Iraq and Afghanistan, focusing instead on securing our borders? What if troops were never authorized to go to Somalia, Libya, Syria, Pakistan, the Philippines, Mali, and Niger? What if we weren't funding a stalemate in Ukraine and an ethnic cleansing in Palestine? What if Ron Paul's vision of peace, trade, and diplomacy dismantled the military-industrial complex? What if we were no longer burdened by the cost of empire, both in money and in lives? What if we had embraced sound currency? What if we ended the Fed? Come on. Thank you for the chant. All right, imagine an economy free from inflationary policies where savings hold value and hardworking Americans aren't crushed by rising costs. Imagine a fiscal responsibility that could have slashed the national debt and fostered prosperity, grounded in real wealth, not printed money. In 2008, our national debt was $10 trillion. Now it's what, 38 trillion? Imagine if we closed the deficit, cut spending, and started paying that down 17 years ago. What if we had totally avoided DEI, ESG, and the woke decades sparked by the Obama administration? That'd be pretty sweet. What if Dr. Paul had successfully dismantled the health bureaucracy, thwarting the exploitation of the COVID-19 pandemic? Could we have been spared some of the most egregious violations of our rights and the greatest wealth transfer in our lifetime? What if we had prioritized liberty over control and temporary safety? What if, under Ron Paul's guidance, we had shrunk the federal government. The good doctor would have vetoed renewals on the Patriot Act, ending warrantless surveillance as he worked to dismantle bloated bureaucracies. What if we had a nation where privacy was sacred, personal choices were respected, and the government served the people, not itself? What if we'd ended the drug war? Come on. Drugs won. Sorry, guys. What if we'd followed Dr. Ron Paul's lead and ended the costly crusade against nonviolent offenders? What if we had a society where individuals made their own choices, free from government overreach, where markets thrived without corporate welfare and crippling inflation wasn't distorting our economy? What if we'd chosen liberty over security, peace over war, and prosperity over debt? In that world, Ron Paul's America would be a beacon of freedom, a nation where soldiers returned home to their families. Economies flourished on honest money, and liberties were fiercely protected. Though we didn't take that path in 2008 or 2012, Dr. Ron Paul's idea, they remain the clarion call today. They're a holy grail that we're never going to stop searching for and trying to find. As we celebrate Dr. Ron Paul's 90th birthday, let's recommit to his vision. Let us inspire and demand a government that serves the people, a government worthy of the principles that Dr. Ron Paul has championed for decades, the principles based in our founding fathers. And I thank Dr. Paul for lighting the way. May God bless America. May God bless all of you. And may we continue to honor his extraordinary legacy. Happy birthday, Dr. Ron Paul.
All right, you guys. Next up is one of the great successes to come out of the Ron Paul Revolution, Gary Franchi. He is the founder of the Next News Network, one of the largest independent, liberty-focused news platforms on YouTube. He's been pushing anti-establishment journalism since long before it was fashionable, with millions of followers and a refusal to play along with the mainstream narrative. Please welcome Gary Franchi.
It's a birthday! Come on! Have we sung Happy Birthday yet? Have we sung it yet? Or are we saving that for later? All right. All right. My pronouns are Ron Paul. I just want to say, I've always challenged authority. I just never thought it would go this far. Never did. After seeing one man's film in a dark movie theater in St. Charles, Illinois, the same town that those Texas Democrats fled to, you know that? We just caught them in my freaking town. They came to the wrong town. Oh, yeah. Well, it was in that town that I saw a film. And I had no idea how much my life would change after seeing it. Ron Paul's message, captured by the late, great Aaron Russo, lit a fire in me. That fire eventually led me to confront the ultimate authority. On the grounds of the White House, in a face-to-face exchange with the Treasury Secretary of the United States of America, I asked him directly about the illegal income tax on the grounds of the White House. And in that moment, in that courage, it traces all back to the bold truth that Ron Paul was never afraid to speak. Everything that I do now, I owe to God, my family, who's sitting right here, my wife, my 3 boys. They see it every day. My wife couldn't do it without you, Angie. my production team who's streaming this right now, behind the scenes, the millions of followers around the world who've joined me on this journey, Aaron Russo and the great Ron Paul. But let's not forget the youth. The seeds of liberty that Dr. Paul planted decades ago. If it weren't for those seeds, freedom would not be ringing as loud as it is right now. And it's ringing loud. Ron Paul woke up millions of Americans, red pill after red pill, on the presidential debate stage in real time for the world to see. And I'll never forget watching those debates and the debate parties and seeing how he would answer questions. He could take a question and he could just answer it in terms and wake up everybody who was watching. And we're watching these things. We know millions of people are getting woken up. It was one of the most remarkable moments to see him debate after debate. And that's why they had to tamper how much mic time they would give him. But he gave us the tools, and he gave us the wisdom, and he gave us the truth. Not just about what's wrong, but about how to save the republic. And he still does. The Ron Paul revolution is alive and well today. And when Jordan Page was called by God and given words, he handed us our rallying cry for life, liberty, and the pursuit of freedom. Dr. Paul, your voice lives in our subconscious. It's a part of us. It is our North Star. So when the world loses its way, we know how to find our way back. May Ron Paul's message live forever, and may it continue to empower people just like me, just like all of us, to challenge the status quo and dismantle the machine. And one last thing, a message to Donald J. Trump. Fire Jerome Powell on his ass now. And hire Ron Paul and the Fed. And the Fed. And the Fed. So Congressman, I know you're watching, and I know you're 90. You got one more job to do. God bless everyone here. God bless the great Ron Paul. Cheers.
All right, you guys, that's Gary Franchi. They're going to let me introduce one more before I got to go. I want to say how great it's been to be here with you guys and see so many old friends and new ones. And we have a great future ahead of us. This whole movement does. My last speaker that I'm introducing here today is our friend Jack Hunter. He helped craft Ron Paul's message on Capitol Hill. He's a political commentator, speechwriter, and fierce critic of the war machine. He's also one of our most recently added writers at the Libertarian Institute. You might know him as the Southern Avenger. Please welcome Jack Hunter.
Did any of y'all listen to that debate where Dave Smith absolutely murdered Douglas Murray? A couple years ago, did anybody watch or listen to the debate in which Scott Horton absolutely murdered Bill Kristol? Well, what I was going to originally talk about was something along those lines, but Dave Smith did it better earlier than I did, so I'm changing the subject. But what I was going to say is, People like Scott and Dave Smith didn't get to talk to people like Bill Kristol and Murray at one time. I'm not saying that was right, that's how it was. Ron Paul and his campaigns were a big part of getting us to this place where that does happen now. Him being as bold as he was and the language he used and who he would tell off. What I want to talk about instead, being here at this event, I've changed my mind. My Ron Paul journey, I'm always interested to hear how people got here. I was working in conservative talk radio in Charleston, South Carolina in 2007. I was an anti-war Pat Buchanan conservative. Working in talk radio, I quit calling myself a conservative because people would say, oh yeah, Dick Cheney. I'm like, no, that's not what's going on here. And so I'm talking with a friend over dinner about who's running for president in 2008. And he goes, well, Ron Paul's running. I go, well, we all like Ron Paul, but what is that? Like, that's not going to do anything. So I'm already an anti-war person. It wasn't a wake-up moment. But I was watching that Ron Paul Giuliani moment, and I'm like, he just said what? On a Republican Fox News debate? And then Rudy Giuliani said, and everybody in this room knows he was talking about 9/11 and what happens with interventionist foreign policy. And Rudy demanded a retraction. You better apologize. I can't believe I just heard that. I would hope that the congressman would apologize. And instead, Ron Paul doubled down and began to explain the CIA term blowback to this Republican audience that did not want to hear it. And all the experts said this is the end of Ron Paul's campaign. And I kind of wondered that too, because I'd been in this environment where everybody was neoconservative, and here comes this brave libertarian telling them they were all wrong about the things that were most important to them and the GOP at the time. And of course, that's when the campaign exploded. Me working in that small market, I was one of the few in conservative talk radio saying, McCain's not the guy, Tom Tancredo's not the guy. The real conservative in this race was Ron Paul. Well, it was. For anybody who understood what that meant, Dr. Paul himself would say, well, I'll be like Ronald Reagan. I'll talk to our enemies. You know, he'd say smart things like that might register with the audience. Well, lo and behold, I ended up working for the campaign in 2012. I think I introduced Dr. Paul 3 times in 2008 just because, like, who do you go to? The local hosts. Well, they all didn't like him because they were all neocons, so there was little old me. And I'd put these commentaries on YouTube, and they'd blow up because of the movement. So it was an honor to work for him in 2012. But the biggest thing that's hit me here today, and why I changed it and gave a little bit of my backstory, he changed all of our lives. Everybody sitting in this room and standing out there in some way, great or small. I have so many friends and people I haven't seen in years that I'm seeing today that we spent many years together, whether it was in the campaign or just at rallies or just all the crazy stuff we did. Does anybody remember the Granny Warriors? Yeah, they had a pet monkey. They would always give me water before I spoke. Like, so much crazy stuff is flooding back to me that I just loved. It's such a big piece of me. And y'all are all part of that story, and we all have our own stories with each other. So I don't know what else to say, but happy birthday to Ron Paul for bringing us all together for many reasons, but most importantly, the best reasons. Thank y'all.
And now, Mr. Technical Director, if we can get the entire crowd to say with me, show me the money bomb. Will you show us the money bomb? All right, 3, 2, 1, show me the money bomb. 173,000, that's tremendous. That is tremendous. If you have not considered chipping in yet, it would mean the world to Dr. Paul and the Ron Paul Institute. We take fiat, we take credit card, we take crypto, we take everything you can imagine, and we'll turn it right into supporting the Ron Paul forward-thinking legacy and keeping his message going. So, ronpaulmoneybomb.org. We encourage you to donate in-house and at home. So, our next guest MC is hilarious. She is a karaoke fan favorite. She is the host of Kennedy Saves the World, Fox News Media, MTV VJ extraordinaire, one of my personal favorite people to watch on TV. Bring it up for Kennedy, everybody.
Hello. Hi. How are you? Great table. Good to see you all. I would stand behind the podium, but I don't want to deny you the caftan. Thank you very much. It is from the Helen Roper collection, And part of the embrace of freedom is dressing like an 80-year-old woman in Palm Springs. Which I do happily, because we have to celebrate freedom in all of its forms at all times, because we are the fun ones. You look at the statists, and they are so dour, and they are so hysterical, and they are so anxiety-ridden. And they look at people in the liberty movement, and they're like, how can you be so calm? And it's like, because we know we're right. And we're not only fighting for the right for us to party, we're fighting for the right for everyone to party. Because regardless of party, we are here because of Ron Paul. And when I look around the room and I look at the luminaries who are gracing this stage, I am so deeply inspired. I was talking to Dr. Paul a few moments ago, and he realized very early on in his career, not only did he love liberty and freedom so much, he wanted to grab them both by the horns and ride them all the way to the very top of politics, which is where people leave you the hell alone. But he also realized that when he went out and talked to college students, he was talking to people who had fertile minds and deep curiosity, and it is very easy to write young people off as progressive statists who feel like the government should do every single thing for them. As the mother of Gen Zers, I will tell you, there are so many people out there who are ready to receive this message, many of them for the first time. And so don't discount people because you assume that they reside on one side of the political spectrum. Keep having those conversations. Remember the first time you were inspired, deeply inspired by Dr. Paul's words and his work. And continue lighting the spark in other people, meeting them where they are, finding common ground, and bringing them into the light of liberty that shines because of the good doctor, but also the man who has provided the torch that has lit so many candles that continue to glow in different parts of the country, different mediums, different contexts. You know, I look at Scott Horton and Dave Smith and Glenn Jacobs, and these people started off in very different places, but they share Dr. Paul's liberty and his philosophy, and it's people like that who communicate so effectively and who live in their own ways, lives of service that honor that work every single day. So we need to keep lighting the fire with younger people, with funny people, with disgruntled people, letting them know that they can come with us, get inside, because we're getting on the road to freedom, and there are plenty of seats for you jackasses. You may not know it yet, but we have a lot more in common than we do that separates us. And one of the people who has deeply inspired me with his work, with his words, is Nick Gillespie, who has been fighting the good fight since the 90s, since the early 90s at Reason, when I first learned what it meant to be a libertarian because of Kurt Loder, whom I used to work with at MTV, who is an incredible writer, an incredible host. You miss him every day on MTV News because MTV abandoned the M a long time ago. And Penn Jillette. And that's when Nick Gillespie started working at Reason. And he writes books, and he produces videos, and he produces thoughtful work and challenges people in some of the most interesting interviews around. And I am constantly going back to that well for inspiration and ideas. And I am so excited to bring him to the stage because he has worn all white for this occasion. No, I'm just kidding. He is the vampire of liberty, and I love every single thing about him. Give a beautiful Texas-sized welcome to Nick Gillespie.
Thank you. Hey, everybody. Are you having a good time? All right, let me not hear that again. Are you having a good time? Okay, well, that ends now. Okay, now. I want to thank Kennedy. I want to thank Young Americans for Liberty. I want to thank the Ron Paul Institute. But mostly I want to thank Dr. Ron Paul himself. And I want to, by honoring him, I want to tell you a little bit about the libertarian movement over the past 40 years or so. When I started, Reed's Magazine was founded in 1968. I started working there in 93. And, when I showed up there, when I talked to my colleagues and readers, you say, like, how did you get into libertarianism? And almost all of the people said one of three things. They said it was Ayn Rand, it was Milton Friedman, or it was like reading Reason Magazine. And I can tell you in the early aughts, or in the 2000s, it was Ron Paul more than any single other person who ignited a revolution, a Ron Paul revolution built around basic libertarian ideals that were drawing college kids from around the country to skip class and go see, at that time, a 72-year-old OBGYN. And that, who was, unlike Bernie Sanders, was not promising to give them all kinds of free stuff all the time. This is the power of the message, and I want to remind us all, because this is the way forward for the libertarian movement and for America, is to recapture and reformulate and constantly be refreshed by Ron Paul's basic message during his 2008 presidential run, which really kicked off, among other things, there's no Tea Party without Ron Paul 2008. And there is no anti-war sensibility that was unimaginable. In 2006, the country should have been anti-war, but it wasn't there yet. Ron Paul helped make the country anti-war and keep it anti-war. He inspired tons of things, but his basic stump speech, he would make 3 points to sold-out college auditoriums, and the first was, I don't want to run your life because we all have different values. I wouldn't know how to do it, and I don't have the authority under the Constitution. People rallied to that, and they should. His second point was, I'm running for president, but I don't want to run the economy. People run the economy in a free society. That's an incredible statement. And then his third point was, I don't want to run the world. We don't need to be imposing ourselves around the world. And that was sweet violin music to the ears of a country that was mired and would continue to be mired in thoughtless wars and wars of choice for another decade to come. But this, Ron also, and skip ahead to the 2012 run, there was a moment there which I think encapsulated both his genius, his brilliance, and the power of his message. There was a Fox News debate of the GOP candidates, and and this is after the money bombs and after Ron Paul had smoked Rudy Giuliani in 2008 and had come in second place, and people are like, why is this guy so popular? And this moment, I think, encapsulated it with a sense of humor and a sense of vision, a sense of decency, and a deep understanding of human freedom. Chris Wallace said to him, Dr. Paul, you are known for saying you want to legalize all drugs, cocaine, LSD, marijuana, even heroin. Do you stand by that? And Dr. Paul said, yes, I do. And Chris Wallace was kind of befuddled, and he said, but if we make heroin legal, won't more people use it? And Dr. Paul said, I'm not going to use it. Are you? And it was like, wow, there's somewhere, a cosmic smile. You don't have to be tripping on LSD or high on weed to get the joke. What Ron Paul was saying in this kind of context was that we will be good stewards of our own lives. And if we are a free people, we will build free institutions and live in a free society, and everything will work out. Everything will be better. That's the thing about Ron Paul. And as we celebrate his first 90 years and look forward to his second 90 years, this is the energy and the optimism. Like Kennedy, I had a chance to chat briefly with him. He is the most optimistic person in the world. There's lots of reasons to believe that everything, is going dark, and the lights are turning out all over the world. They're not. Humans are the greatest resource. Optimism is the energizer, and the fuel forward is the Ron Paul revolution, the libertarian ideas that we shouldn't be running the government shouldn't run the economy, it shouldn't run our lives, and it shouldn't run the world. Thank you very much, and we'll see you at Ron Paul's 100th birthday celebration. Thank you.
I'm going to be at the 180th. Yeah, you down? That's right. I love the denim. Sydney Sweeney, let's do this. I know, you can play a drinking game if you want when I'm on Fox News. You'll be hammered if I say, bring back the gold standard, taxation is theft, or end the Fed. Where do you think I got that? Oh, thank you. I got that from Dr. Ron Paul. And he's also selling these caftans in the lobby. So for many of us, our politics are defined by our personal experiences, and the pursuit for criminal justice and federal prison reform is incredibly personal to this next woman who fought tirelessly against all odds and all institutions to free her son, Ross Ulbricht. And I'm going to let her speak on his behalf. Her story is absolutely incredible, and we should all have someone in our lives as devoted to our cause as she has been to her sons and his freedom. And thank God he is free. Thank God for Lynn Ulbricht. Here she is.
Well, of course, I messed up my notes. Wow. It's so good to be here. It's something about being around all these freedom-loving people. It's just so wonderful. So 3 generations of my family have admired and supported Dr. Paul. The first was my liberty-loving mother, who called me back in 1979 from New York and said, "You're in Texas, you should vote for Ron Paul." I didn't really know much about him, but I looked into him, and yes, I voted for Ron Paul for Congress in 1979. And so it was me, and I and my mother, and my son, Ross, who was very inspired by Ron Paul. And as a college student, like Nick mentioned, one of the many college students, and brought him to Penn State and campaigned for him for president in 2008. And then that very on fire for freedom guy went on to create a free market online website that became quite well known. But I'm not blaming Dr. Paul for that. No, I'm not, don't get me wrong. That was not, but I'm so grateful that 6 years ago, Dr. Paul publicly said that he would pardon my son Ross. That meant so much to me, that Dr. Ron Paul would come out and say that. And he said, I'd do it. I would pardon him. And with he's so common sense and clear, and he just said, anyone can see he's not a violent criminal. He has no violent charges. He's not a vicious criminal. It's obvious. And of course he should be pardoned. And then he went on to say that there should be a whole lot more pardons of people who are fighting for liberty. And I like I say, it meant so much to me that he, of all people, would come out and say that. And then years later, it was Dr. Paul's followers, many of you here, who are absolutely instrumental in freeing Ross and having him today not be in a cage, but be getting over having been in a maximum security prison. Thank you. Thank you. I am so grateful to you. Unfortunately, Ross couldn't be here today, but he asked me to send his happiest of birthday wishes to Dr. Paul and to tell him how much it meant to him and how thankful he is to him for being such an inspiration to him and to so many others around the world, for never wavering from his principles, his integrity, to being that heroic example of someone who never wavered. It was always could count on him to speak out for liberty and defend it. Despite many challenges. And I want to say that here is Dr. Paul at 90 years old. He makes being older, being cool, look cool. He's like cool. Which, personally, I find very inspiring. Yes, and it inspires me. I can appreciate, wow, you mean I don't have to stop because I'm, an older woman? I can keep fighting for liberty, too. He's not giving up, and he's 90. Not quite there yet. And so, Dr. Paul, I figure if you can keep going, I can too, and none of us really has an excuse. And you don't let your age stop you. I'm not going to either. And hey, we've got a lot to do, but he's ignited a movement, a powerful movement, that is alive and well and all over the world. And let's keep going, onward. So, happy birthday, Dr. Paul. Thank you so much for all you've done and for who you are. Thank you.
For Lynn Albrecht, everybody, and all our speakers. All right. Now, we got people watching on RonPaulMoneyBomb.org all over the world. But right now, in this very moment, we are in Texas. And so, our next speaker is someone who has been fighting for Texas and carrying out the Ron Paul vision in Texas for years now to reduce the size and scope of government and force sound money. You know him, you love him. Please welcome to the stage, Don Huffines.
Well, hello, Liberty lovers. Hello, Patriots. What a great day to celebrate Ron Paul's birthday. I mean, this is fantastic. It really is. I didn't know I was going to get up here on the stage, so I don't have any prepared remarks. But I want to tell you about my mentor. I want to tell you how much he has meant to me over the last 30 years, when I supported him for Congress in the 80s, and he ran for president on a Libertarian ticket. And then I could buy some gold coins from him back then. And then he, of course, ran for Congress, came back, won again. Hey, how many of y'all were there in 08 walking in the snow in New Hampshire? How many of y'all there in 12 walking in the snow in New Hampshire again? I really thought we were going to win. I really did. I really was a little naive, but I thought surely people are going to hear the truth. Surely they're going to wake up. And he has awoken so many people, millions of not only Americans, but around the world. He's awakened the sheep from their slumber. He has shown the world what it means to be a liberty lover. You know, when I told, I've got posters and everything of Ron all over my house for years, decades, but I wrote him a letter a few years ago, and I said, Ron, I want you to write me a response and tell me what is the fundamental role of government. And he did, of course. And the first line on of that letter he wrote back is, the fundamental role of government is always to defend your liberty. It's imperative that every elected office holder knows that. If they keep that in mind, everything else will fall in place. It's always to defend your God-given liberty. Well, Patriots, are you ready to take the Ron Paul revolution to Austin, Texas? I mean, do you think it's time to doge Austin, Texas? Well, I do. And then I'm going to be the next comptroller of Texas. Thank you. And guess what the comptroller's in charge of? The new transactional gold and silver. It's a new piece of legislation that just got passed in Austin, that you can use your gold and silver on a credit card. You put it in the depository of Texas, and we're finally going to have an opportunity to have sound money. Now, who's been a champion of sound money forever? Ron Paul. Ron Paul. I mean, okay. Patriots, it's going to be a new day in Texas, let me tell you. It really is. We're going to have not only sound money, we're going to have school choice, we're going to have freedom, we're going to have education freedom. That's in the comptroller's office also, 100% of it. And Patriots, this is a rare opportunity to bring liberty to Austin, Texas. I can tell you I am honored to follow in the footsteps of my mentor, Ron Paul. How many of y'all have a mentor, a political mentor? I think probably everybody does. You wouldn't be here if you didn't have one, and he's certainly one to have. Patriots, our greatest days are coming. They really are. They're here. They're going to dawn bright and beautiful because of Ron Paul. He's changed the world. He's lit the prairie fires of liberty that have swept the country and have swept the world. He is the founder of the Tea Party. He's the founder of the MAGA movement. He's 15 to 20 years ahead of his time. Right now, he would have won the Republican nomination. Well, God bless you. God bless Ron Paul on his 90th birthday. And God bless the state of Texas. Thank you very much for liberty, prosperity, and virtue always. God bless you all.
Could you tell me whether or not you do your own shopping at the grocery store? Yes, I do. Okay, so you're aware of the prices. But, you know, this argument that the prices are going up about 2%, nobody believes it. You know, and the old CPI says prices are going up at 9%, so they believe this. And people on fixed incomes, they're really hurting. The middle class is really hurting because their inflation rate is very much higher than the government tries to tell them, and that's why they lose trust in government. You took over the Fed in 2006. I have a silver ounce here, and this ounce of silver back in 2006 would buy over 4 gallons of gasoline. Today it'll buy almost 11 gallons of gasoline. That's preservation of value, and that's what the market has always said should be money. Money comes into effect in a natural way, not in an edict, not by fiat, by governments declaring it is money. You know, as much as I would like to do something with the Fed, I say the Fed's going to self-destruct eventually anyway when the money's gone. But why wouldn't we legalize competing currencies? Why couldn't than people put this in a mattress and get 4 or 5 times much of the value in a few years. So the record of what you've done in the last 6 years is destroy the value of real money.
First of all, good to see you again, Congressman Paul.
So, Ron Paul was oftentimes the only person in Congress to stand up for true sound money, right? Returning to the gold standard, ending the Fed. He was certainly the loudest voice for it. He always stood true. And that is in no small part because he had a great team when he was at the Capitol. And a big part of that team was someone who also is a true believer in sound money and fiscal sanity and responsibility, one of the smartest guys out there in the movement. I want to bring up to the stage Ron Paul's former chief of staff, former president of the Mises Institute, and general counsel to Monetary Metals, Mr. Jeff Deist. Come on up, Jeff.
I think most of you know Dr. Paul from the 2008-2012 presidential campaigns. But what you might not know about him is some of the years he spent in the wilderness, some of the evenings he spent, countless evenings away from his wife and family over the years. And what you especially might not know is how much shabby treatment he endured, not only from the mainstream media, not only from the political class, but from his own political party. So he doesn't like to toot his own horn, but I will. As many of you know, Dr. Paul was in the Air Force. It interrupted his medical training. He was offered the opportunity to enlist or be drafted. So he chose enlistment. During his time in the Air Force, he was at various Air Force bases as a medical doctor. He would actually moonlight extra hours in the ER on these various bases for a couple dollars an hour. And back then, an ER doctor for the Air Force was expected to do minor surgeries, appendectomies, tonsillectomies, deliver babies, just a general practitioner. Imagine a medical doctor being able to do that today, a GP. So when Dr. Paul and his wife Carol decided they wanted to stay in South Texas, they liked it. They were tired of the cold winters up in Pittsburgh where they were from. They found a little town of Lake Jackson, Texas, which didn't have much in the way of OBGYN coverage, shall we say. And back then, as now, it was basically a company town for Dow Chemical. And they didn't have this NIMBYism back in the 1960s. They actually liked the jobs that chemical and petroleum refining provided for the area. It's still true today to an extent. So Dr. Paul found an older gentleman who was getting ready to retire his practice. He joined up with him. And on his first day of practice as a medical doctor, as an obstetrician, guess what Ron Paul had? He had a waiting room full of patients. Guess what he did not have on his first day as a medical doctor? He didn't have any student loan debt. He didn't have anyone in his office who dealt with medical billing because it didn't exist. And he didn't have malpractice insurance because it wasn't a thing. And like all obstetricians of his time, and I'm sure many today, Dr. Paul understood that a certain percentage of the women he treated and provided care up through delivery simply wouldn't pay. In other words, he treated a certain number of his patients for free. That's just the way it was. We didn't consider it socialized medicine or anything else. It wasn't considered particularly noble. It was just something you did. And of course, back then, from your very first visit when you found out you're pregnant, all the way through delivery in the hospital was a couple $100s. Things have changed, folks. In 1972, a young student at the University of Houston named Michael Keller was on the student council, and he insisted that they bring this old German, Austrian guy, who's this guy? Some old economist named Ludwig von Mises. He insisted that they bring him to the University of Houston campus to give a talk and, pay for his travel expenses out of the student government budget. He wouldn't budge, and so as a result of this, Ludwig von Mises visited the University of Houston in 1972. A young medical doctor named Ron Paul drives up there, takes the day off with his partner, and sees him deliver a speech. And on his way back home that evening, he says, I have to do something. I have to do something. about what's going on. And as a result of that, he decided to run in a special election for Congress in the 1970s, eventually won, and served a few terms before leaving, which you may not know, in 1984 to run for Senate in Texas against Phil Gramm. God, I'll take Ron. No offense, Phil. And then in 1988, a few years later, he decides to run in this bid for the Libertarian Party presidential campaign. This was very thin and sketchy back then, folks. You got to understand, there were no cell phones, there were no email. Ron's flying around the country on Southwest Airlines, going to these events for the Libertarian Party, like 30 people. Maybe the weirdo with a junky car actually picks him up at the airport. Maybe they don't. But by doing that, he was building his network. He was developing a client list of physical mail addresses back then, and he was starting to consider doing a precious metals newsletter. And by doing that, by sacrificing all that time and hardship back in the 80s, he was building a list of names, which eventually became quite a mailing list, and eventually very much helped his son, Rand Paul, become a senator from the state of Tennessee. Excuse me, from the state of Kentucky. So in 1995-ish, Ron decides he wants to run for Congress again. He wants to get back in. But in the interim, he's delivered over 4,000 babies. 4,000. And you got to understand, Ron was not part of a big medical group. It was just him. Again, no cell phones. He would leave his number with a calling service and go home for the evening. Or he would tell them, I'm going to be at this restaurant tonight. Here's the number. And a lot of those 4,000 babies he delivered didn't come between 9 and 5. Monday through Friday, shall we say. It was just Ron. This was hard physical work, okay? And because of that, a lot of people knew him in his district. So Newt Gingrich, remember the contract with America? Newt Gingrich is Speaker of the House. George W. Bush and Karl Rove are in the governor's mansion in Austin. All of them spring into action to defeat Ron and make sure he doesn't come back into office. They go and get Greg Laughlin, the sitting member of Congress for the district, a Democrat. They get him to switch parties by giving him a plum committee assignment. Doesn't matter. Ron beats this guy. He beats him like a mule. And then in the general election, there's a Democrat with the unfortunate nickname in South Texas of Charles Lefty Morris. So this guy comes out with an ad saying, Ron Paul's crazy, he'd legalize drugs. So Ron runs a counter ad in his white lab coat as a doctor. And so many people across this part of South Texas knew him. He delivered my son. He delivered me. I've been to Red Lobster with Ron and Carol where people come and say, Dr. Paul, you delivered me. That's pretty powerful. That's pretty hard to beat. So think about that. All these people want to run for office. Be somebody first. So when Ron defeats Charles Lefty Morris in the general, George W. Bush and Karl Rove call him over to Austin and say, wow, you surprised us. Congratulations. You really did it. He returns to Congress. Guess what they do? They don't give him any credit for his earlier tenure in Congress. They start him over as a rank freshman with regard to all of his committee assignments. This is a pattern throughout Ron Paul's career of shabby treatment by this worthless Republican Party. But he persists anyway. And this time around in Congress, it culminates in the 2007 financial crisis. The entire Republican Party is scared out of its mind that they're all going to get unelected in the fall. So they go across the street to the Capitol Hill Club and have an entire GOP caucus meeting. Spencer Baucus from Alabama is chairman of the Financial Services Committee, basically the banking committee. In front of everybody, the entire Republican caucus, he says, you know what, guys? All these years, Ron Paul's been saying this, and we've been dismissing him. And all these years, he was right. And now the wolf is at our door. So Ron finally started to get his due. And you all know what happened in this 2008 and 2012 campaigns for president. You saw how the media treated him when he was coming in second and they were acting like he didn't exist. You saw all this. You saw when those clowns in South Carolina booed him for saying that our foreign policy should be the golden rule. You saw this. So he spent a lot of years in the wilderness. And today, he gets his due. Ron Paul was right. He was right. And it turns out there's no such thing as domestic policy versus foreign policy. There's just intervention. That's it. And Ron was against it all. And so today, while he's still alive and with us for a lot longer, we all hope, Ron Paul gets his due as one of the greatest men of peace in modern history. Thank you, Ron, for everything you've done.
Excellent. Thank you, Jeff. Next, we have a video address from someone who was not able to be here today. Please welcome this birthday message from Roger Ver. Roll the tape, Mr. Technical Director.
Hello, I'm Roger Ver, founder of Bitcoin.com and many other businesses in the crypto space. I first became aware of Ron Paul shortly after hearing about Harry Browne in his 1996 presidential campaign. Met Ron Paul in person for the first time, I believe, in 1999 at the California Libertarian Party Convention, and was a fan ever since, and was a proud supporter of his money bombs back in 2008 and 2012 presidential campaigns. And then after that, really dove into Bitcoin. But I want to thank Ron Paul for shaping a generation and making in the Fed a cool catchphrase within people all over the world today. So thank you, Ron Paul, for everything you have done. The entire world owes you a debt of gratitude.
Tremendous. That's what I'm saying. Some people are saying free Roger. I'm saying that too. So thank you for the message, Roger. Next, I'd like to give a thank you to our sponsors for this event. We can roll that slide. We have plenty of sponsors that you should absolutely meet outside in the hallway during the dinner break, including but not limited to Campaign HQ, the Free State Project, Lone Star Injury Attorneys, Libertarianism.org, Mothers Against Cruel Sentencing, and so much more. Next slide, please. Texacoin is also a major sponsor of this event. It is a honest cryptocurrency by Texans for Texans and for everyone in between. I personally hold and mine Texacoin. I've been very pleased with the results so far. So thank you, Texacoin, for making this event possible. Next slide, please. The Hendrickson Jet Center, an executive airport located in Houston and Katy. Ron Hendrickson is a true champion for liberty, the owner of this airport, and he's a big reason this event and a lot of the work that YAL does to reach students across the country is possible. So big thank you to the Hendrickson Jet Center. Next slide, please. Ron Paul Institute, of course, prime sponsor of this event. This institute exists to carry out Ron's message of peaceful foreign policy and civil liberties at home to the masses, continuing to reach people and wake them up. And finally, we have Young Americans for Liberty, right? Which is getting out there to build the next generation of liberty leaders, elect the next generation of liberty representatives, and pass liberty legislation that is going to change our country for the better, back to the founders' intent, so we can leave people the heck alone. And now I would like to introduce the brainchild, the person who created Young Americans for Liberty, our founder and our CEO, Mr. Jeff Frazee. Come on down, Jeff. He also happened to be Students for Ron Paul 2008 Youth Director, so that's pretty cool. Take it away, Jeff.
Thanks, Sean. Well, I know it's pretty much me and Dan McAdams between now and dinner, so I appreciate you hanging with us. I'll keep it brief. I just wanted to thank everybody for coming out. This has just been incredible. And, you know, Ron means a lot to me. He's done a lot, and just want to say thanks. Thanks for being here. Thanks for celebrating Ron. Thanks for carrying on this institute. And we hold this event because we wanted to make sure that the Ron Paul Institute and its legacy carried on for generations to come. And I want to thank you all for buying tickets, sponsors for sponsoring tables, VIPs for coming and you know, putting up a pretty penny to be here. And we did it all to contribute all the profits and proceeds to the Ron Paul Institute. So as you've seen on the screens, these tickers going by, ronpaulmoneybomb.org. We have an online live stream as well as a money bomb going on right now, and people contributing left and right. And all of it's going to go in support of the Ron Paul Institute and continue Ron Paul's legacy. So we had made up for here for a portion of the proceeds so far. The dollar amount keeps going up. But I wanted to bring Daniel McAdams onto the stage. He's the director of the Ron Paul Institute. Come on up, Daniel. And Daniel, I wanted to present at least the first check
to the Ron Paul Institute for $150,000. This is, you can thank the great people who are here, and I want to specifically call out Bobby Gray. Bobby, are you here? There he is right here with Texas Coin. You're right in front of me. I didn't even see you. Bobby, come on up. So, quick story. It was June. We were organizing this event, trying to get the word out and let people know that, hey, we're having a birthday party for Ron Paul. Bobby calls us and says, hey, I heard you doing this. We got to make this big. I was like, all right, well, what do you mean, Bobby? Tell me what you need. We're going to make this big. And I said, well, we need a marketing budget. Well, Bobby put up a pretty big donation that allowed us to more than double what he was able to contribute in order to support this event. So, Bobby, you've been the inspiration. You really have for us to be able to make this event big. And I know you've been a long Ron Paul supporter as well, and to your great credit, you know, I know you've been doing this in sponsor Texas Coin, but you've made it very clear to me from the beginning that you're doing this in support of Ron Paul. And I want to thank you for that, and thank you for allowing us to host this tremendous event. So thank you for bringing these people out.
Can I say something
Absolutely.
If you remember the money bombs from 2008, the numbers that we produced back then were way larger than what I see on these screens right now, right? So we're going to break for dinner in a minute, I think. And so what I want to do is I want to challenge everybody here to make that number up there much more impressive. And I'll match the next $50,000 that comes in. So if you guys hit that screen, make the number go way up, and I'll put another $50,000 on top of it to match whatever that number is up there by the end of dinner. All right? Thanks again, everyone.
Awesome, buddy, awesome. Well, Daniel, take it away.
Well, I know I'll keep it short because everyone is hungry, but I cannot not thank my great friend Jeff Frazee and the Young Americans for Liberty for putting this on, for making all the unbelievable efforts to put this complicated program together. Let's give them a round of applause, please. And from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank all of you for coming out, some from very, very far distances. Someone was joking to me backstage that this audience looks like my Twitter feed. You know, these are my people. I'm not going to keep you long here, but I just want to tell a quick story. Jeff Frazee, as you know, was an intern in Ron Paul's legislative office when we were working there. And we got to know him, an energetic young man. When the campaign came along, he slipped into his place, which is Students for Ron Paul, and he galvanized young people to support Ron Paul. And that was the core of Ron Paul's support. It was young people educating their parents about freedom and liberty. And that was because of Jeff Frazee. And if I may be so bold, I might say that it was because Ron Paul saw something in Jeff Frazee, and he invested in Jeff Frazee. And when Jeff Frazee had the idea to create Young Americans for Liberty, he invested not just his support, but he invested himself in the creation of this with the understanding that this young man knew what he was doing and could achieve something. And look how many millions, probably, of young people he's directly and indirectly influenced to all become little ambassadors for liberty. And they're all growing up. So I will just say quickly, that is what we're doing at the Ron Paul Institute. Next weekend, by the way, mark your calendars, is our 19th conference at the Ron Paul Institute. This is our 9th annual conference for DC. We've got a great event coming up. We've got Judge Napolitano, we've got Professor Jeffrey Sachs, we've got Colonel Douglas McGregor, we've got Max Blumenthal. It's going to be a very great event. This is what we do. We bring people together. That's what we do as well. And the other thing we do, inspired by Ron Paul and what he's done with his support for Young Americans for Liberty, is we invest in young people as well. That is the future. That is Ron Paul's legacy. The day before this event, we will hold our 6th annual Ron Paul Scholars Seminar. That is for upper division undergrads and grad students for a one-day boot camp on foreign policy, civil liberties, and frankly, just how to survive in a very complicated world. So That will be an important event for us in our investment in the future, and the wonderful support of Bobby and so many of the others will help us. Now, right now, we can only take about 15 students because we have to pay the bills. It's Ron Paul, after all. You're not going to spend another penny than you bring in. But just imagine what we can do if we can grow this. It's great to be activists. That's so important. But we also have to educate young people about liberty. We have to deprogram them from what their professors are teaching them. And that's what we do. And that's what we do every year, but we'd like to do it twice a year, maybe more often than that. So with your wonderful, kind, and generous support, that's just one of many, many things we can do to keep Ron Paul's legacy alive and continue moving forward the Ron Paul revolution. Thank you very much.
All right, and with that, working backwards, right? We're going to have our keynote speaker, our special guest of honor, Dr. Paul, speak around 8 o'clock. We will have even more speakers, including but not limited to the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, between 7 to 8. At 6 o'clock, the great Jimmy Vaughn is going to play a set for you all. And so, between now and 6, go get some food. Let's eat. Thanks, everybody. And don't forget to donate to ronpaulmoneybomb.org. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Sean Tima.
Is this thing on? Can y'all hear me? Yes? No? There we go. I can hear myself now. All right. All right. Give me a big round of applause if you enjoyed the barbecue from Joe's Barbecue tonight. Tremendous. So, we have got some liberty-loving entertainment, and every good piece of liberty-loving entertainment needs a very fast liberty-loving warm-up. So I'm going to tell you 3 libertarian jokes. First joke, why the libertarian not like the Italian car? Because it's fiat. Hey, what did the libertarian chicken say when he crossed the road? None of your business. Am I being detained? I don't talk without my lawyer. And finally, what's the difference between an minarchist and an anarchist? 6 months. There we go. That's the extent of my set. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to introduce our premier entertainment of the evening. They're much more talented than I am. They are the one, the only Jimmy Vaughn and the Tilt-A-Whirl Band.
Hello, Lake Jackson! Please welcome 4-time Grammy Award-winning bad boy, Jimmy Vaughn and the Tilt-A-Whirl Band!
All right! How's everybody feeling tonight? Gonna be a good time, been in town. Me and that girl, we gonna boogie some more. We gonna roll. We gonna roll. Roll, baby. Roll all night long. We gonna pull back the rug, kick up the floor. Me and that girl, we gonna boogie some more. We gonna roll. We gonna roll, baby. Roll all night long. Let's roll, baby. We're gonna cheer up the living, wake up the dead. Midnight girl, we're gonna paint the town red. We're gonna roll. We're gonna roll. Roll, baby. Roll all night long. We're gonna roll, pretty baby, roll all night. That's what I told her. I said, let's roll, baby. Well, it's great to be here. My name is Jimmy Vaughn. This is a Tilt-A-Whirl band, the Texas Horns, and we're happy to be here to wish Ron Paul, Dr. Ron Paul, a happy 90th birthday from the Vaughn family and all the musicians up here. Thank you for all you have done for liberty and freedom. How about that? All right. 1, 2, 3. Daddy worked at the crossroads. Lord, what a sad affair. Daddy work at the crossroads. Lord, what a sad affair. That's why you got me crying. It's more than a heart can bear. I know you didn't love me, baby. And my best friend, you did her. I know you didn't love me, baby. And my best friend, you did adore. But you know I'm gonna be okay, baby. Although my poor heart is sore. at the crossroads. Lord, what a sad affair. That dirty word at the crossroads. Lord, what a sad affair. That's why you got me crying. It's more than a heart. All right. How's everybody feeling? We're going to do a little thing called I Ain't Never. I never, baby, seen nobody like you. I never have I ever seen nobody like you. You call me up, you say meet me at 9. I have to hurry, I'm there on time. I walk right up, I knock on the door. The landlord says you ain't here no more. I ain't never, whoa darling, seen nobody like you. But I love you, baby, I love you just the same. Woo, baby. Never, oh darling, I never, baby. All right, you tell me sweet things that you don't mean. You got me living in a horrid dream. You make me do things I don't wanna do. My friends all say, well, what's wrong with you? I ain't never, baby, seen nobody like you. But I love you, baby, I love you just the same. Woo, baby. Oh, darling, I never I ain't never seen nobody like you, baby. That's what I told her. You know, if anybody wants to dance, it's okay. I know it's a little early, but well, I don't want much. I just want a little bit. You know, I don't want it all, baby. I just want a little bit. A teeny weeny bit. Teeny weeny bitty of love. Turn your lights down low and slip me a kiss. Turn your lights down low. I just can't resist. A teeny weeny bit. Teeny weeny bitty of love. That's right, baby. Just a little bit, baby. one night stand, baby. Please say you'll never leave me, not till the end of time. A teeny weeny bitty of love. I don't want it all, baby. I just want a little bit. All right. How's everybody feeling tonight? We're turning Ron Paul's birthday into a honky-tonk. All right, we're going to do a little thing that was written by Slide Hampton, a great composer and a great arranger, and it goes like this. All right, thank you. Okay, what should we do? Flood and DFW? Yeah. All right. We're going to do a little thing called Texas Flood. Written by Larry Davis. Well, it's flooding down in Texas Bay, 'cause all the telephone lines are down. Well, it's flooding down in Texas Bay, 'cause all the telephone lines are down. The floodwaters are rolling. Man, it's about to drive me insane. Dark clouds are rolling. Yes, I'm standing out in the rain. Dark clouds are rolling. Yes, I'm standing out in the rain. You know the floodwaters are rolling. Man, it's about to drive me insane. I wish my baby would come get me. I'm leaving, baby. Yes, but I won't be gone for long. Well, I'm leaving, baby. Yes, but I won't be gone for long. Because even with all these floods, hurricanes and tornadoes, you know Texas will always be my home. All right. Howdy, folks. I said howdy, folks. Welcome to Ron Paul's 90th birthday party. Thank you. Happy birthday, Ron Paul.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Chief Operating Officer and your MC, Sean Tima.
Test, test. There we go. Let's get another rousing round of applause for the great Jimmy Vaughn, everybody. What a great set. Thank you so much, Jimmy. You rocked the house and the whole Tilt-A-Whirl band. Now, can you help me out with a quick show me the money bomb again? You guys ready? On 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Show me the money bomb. $185,000. That's fantastic. If you are watching live and you haven't chipped in, please chip in to support the Ron Paul Institute. If you're in the room and you haven't chipped in, ronpaulmoneybomb.org, you can help continue Ron Paul's legacy through RPI. Let's get that to hit as high as we can by the end of the night. Now, you may be wondering next to me, what is this trophy with the blue flame? Well, I'll tell you, this is the Henriksen Liberty Award. This is the award given to the top Young American for Liberty student every year. Only the best of the best, the people who have stood tall in the face of adversity to stand for liberty. People who have challenged politicians to get them to behave appropriately and demand our freedoms back. People who are brave and who will grow up to go on to be the next Dr. Pauls themselves. And so to talk more about this award and honor it to our top student of the year, I'd like to kick it back to Young Americans for Liberty's founder and CEO and the 2008 Students for Ron Paul Youth Coordinator, Jeff Frazee.
Thank you, Sean. Well, tonight I am thrilled to make a major announcement. Because for more than a decade, Young Americans for Liberty has had a generous supporter who has followed our successes closely and sees the potential and the plans that we have ahead. You know, he believes in our founding principles and wants to ensure our country's best days are not behind us. He recognizes the wise words of Ronald Reagan, that freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for the next generation to do the same. To ensure the torch of liberty does not burn out, but rather pass to the next generation, he has made a significant contribution to Young Americans for Liberty. And in his honor, we have created an award named after him called the Henriksen Liberty Award. This is our most prestigious honor, and it will be awarded every single year for the next 100 years. To a young leader who most exemplifies the spirit of our founding fathers and has made tremendous sacrifices to defend our liberties. Tonight, I'm actually grateful that he's here to witness this award on the same day that we honor Ron Paul. Because without him, we wouldn't have the capabilities or the resources to host events like these, but most importantly, to reach the next generation with Ron Paul's message. So I'd like to take the opportunity to bring to the stage and recognize Mr. Ron Henriksen, one of the great Rons in my life, who has done tremendous work for this organization. Ron, can you please come to the stage? Ron, I want to thank you for being here and for fueling our mission and just making an enormous contribution to the cause of liberty. And now, this year, the Henriksen Liberty Award winner goes to a young activist who has swiftly risen through the ranks, becoming one of our most formidable student leaders. From the beginning, it was clear to us that we had a dedicated leader who was motivated for the fight for liberty. He started and led 2 YAL chapters, growing them both to become some of the biggest chapters in the state and nationwide. And then when legislation was passed in his state that was very relevant to college students to eliminate forced meal plans on public universities, basically forcing students to eat overpriced cafeteria food, he took the fight directly to Capitol Hill. As a college student, he assembled a team of activists and personally confronted every member of the Oklahoma House of Representatives. And after applying the right amount of pressure, he actually got the bill passed in the House. But it met incredible resistance in the Senate. But he kept the pressure up and ultimately determined that the bill failed. But that's not where the story ends. Because it's his courage and his leadership that has inspired others to get involved in his home state. And the fight is not over for this bill. His journey as a passionate new YAL member to now a powerful advocate for liberty is an example to other YAL members. And he embodies the spirit of the Founding Fathers. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for this year's winner of the Hendrickson Liberty Award, Justice Chandler.
Let's get another round of applause for Justice Chandler, everybody, our Hendrickson Liberty Award winner. Bright future ahead of you. We'll be watching your career with great interest. Now, next, I'd like to call to the stage someone else who has made tremendous contributions to this event and to advance the Ron Paul mission. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Bobby Gray of Texitcoin. Come on down, Bobby.
Thank you very much. Where are we at on the money bomb? Anyone know? What's our number? 185. I said I'd match anything over 177, so that's $8,000, right? All right, let me log into my crypto wallet here. A little accountability. Send a transaction for, oh, it just jumped. 13,000. 13,000. So here we go. I got 15,532 USDC in this wallet. Let's send it all to a great cause. Thank you so much. Crypto's easy, it's fast, it's borderless, it's permissionless, and it took me the better part of 13 years to realize what I was missing. And it's really great, and I encourage everybody here to check it out as well. So there you go, another 15,000 on top. I don't know if that will update anytime soon, but let's dig deep, guys. Come on, we have an opportunity to finance the next chapters of freedom and liberty, all the seeds that were planted by Dr. Paul in the hearts of me and my friends here. You know, this thing has gotten legs. It's gone in 1,000 different directions, and now this is our opportunity to keep it moving forward into our bright future. So real quick origin story for me with Dr. Paul. 2008, like so many of you, my friend Gary over there, I first had the opportunity to virtually meet Ron Paul through the movie America, Freedom to Fascism. And it was just mind-blowing for me to see in this film a congressman that's got a sign on his desk that says, "Don't steal, the government hates competition," right? And I said, that's a man that I can get behind and really admire. And the integrity that he showed was really what gave me the passion to get started with my mission, which is, of course, honest money. I saw the problems that we were facing in our country, and I set out to do something about the root cause of all of that, which I believe is dishonest money. And I started the American Open Currency Standard in 2008 so that communities all across the country could barter with gold and silver and copper medallions. And it was very successful. I made my first Ron Paul coin and gave it to him at Freedom Fest in 2009, and that was my first opportunity to actually meet him there in person. I made millions of coins over the years. I had a lot of fun making them for all kinds of causes, from political candidates, Adam Kokesh and Mises Institute. Had my little run-in with G. Edward Griffin there at Jekyll Island one time, stealing a flag, if you guys remember that story. And so I've had a lot of fun, but I thought that this was largely going unnoticed by Dr. Paul, right? I'm really kicking butt for our cause, and I'm just not getting the phone call. And then finally, all of a sudden, after I was ready to consider he forgot all about me, Dr. Paul invited me to come out and testify at his very last U.S. Domestic Monetary Policy Subcommittee hearing regarding parallel currencies, the roadmap to monetary freedom. And I was the last person to speak and testify at that event. And it was my opportunity to tell the people in government really what I thought about them and encourage them to leave our money alone. Back then, we were thinking about legalizing gold and silver. And I said, leave it alone. It doesn't belong to you, and it never will. And so that was my 5 minutes of fame back in the day. And since then, I've had a lot of fun as well. Went on to realize the error of my ways with gold and silver. Not that they're not incredibly valuable, not that they're great money, but that they don't work as a currency in today's digital economy. And so it took me, like I said, 13 years to figure out what I had missed out on the Bitcoin and crypto conversation. And, some of you know that in 2012, I created that original Bitcoin coin, the one with the B in the middle of it, that's become maybe the most famous coin in the world today. So fast forward, I finally saw the writing on the wall, realized that young people weren't buying gold and silver coins, and I decided to take all of my knowledge and passion for honest money and start Texit Coin, which I believe to be the future of money here in Texas and, of course, around the world as well. And the project's been an incredible success. By show of hands, who's seen a billboard or an advertisement in an airport? Take a look around. Look at all the hands going up. I think we have the most exciting thing today in the cryptocurrency space because it's real. And this is what happens when you take a great financial technology like crypto and pair it up with something as important as honest money. People see that, it's magnetic, it's attractive, and it's been driving our success for the last year and a half. And we'd love you to reach into the gift bag that you got here today. You'll find a little Texit coin in there. By the time you wake up tomorrow, we'll have 5 TXC loaded on each one of those coins. Laugh about it all you want, but if somebody gave you 5 Bitcoin 10, 12 years ago, you'd be looking through landfills for that coin today, right? And so when I heard about the barbecue, I said, this is my opportunity to say thank you. This is my opportunity to give back. And I'm absolutely certain that I would not be on this stage in front of you here today if it wasn't for that one moment in time back in 2012 when Dr. Paul acknowledged me and the work that I was doing and invited me to come out and speak my words of truth to power in Congress back then. And so I will forever be grateful. I owe so much of a debt of gratitude to Dr. Paul for that moment in time that has allowed me to take that mission of honest money all the way into the digital future and lead the way in the cryptocurrency conversation. So thank you to everybody for coming out today. Thank you very much for allowing me to be up here and share my story with you. And happy birthday, Dr. Paul.
Fantastic. Thank you, Bobby, for being a champion for liberty and for sound money. Hang tight. We will continue with the programming very shortly. Do not go anywhere. Stay tuned. Justin, roll some cool videos.
How can you call for something that I think is un-American, the legalization?
Unbelievable. From then on, the kids would hear about the campaign on the internet and look at the videos and get their parents involved.
This is of a piece of a sort of 230-year-old American tradition of
rugged individualism and independence and reverence for liberty. And I think Ron Paul speaks for a lot of people who still uphold those ideas.
You set the record. In the history of American politics, nobody has ever raised more money on a single day than you.
Gosh.
And yet, this is happening without your campaign people coordinating. This is completely about grassroots, and it's completely about you just saying what you believe in.
Oh, no, you can't have a government like this without an income tax, but we don't want a government like this. This is not the kind of government that was designed by our founders of the country. It's not what was written in the Constitution. We've only had an income tax since 1913. But if you want a welfare state, and if you want to police the world and pay for the defense of Japan and Germany, send foreign aid to the Soviet Union, you not only need the income tax, you need the Federal Reserve to print up the money when the deficit is accumulated. So we think the government should be much smaller. The income tax is unnecessary. Again, something happened in the 20th century where the American people decided that there would be...
The 16th Amendment happened, yeah.
Something happened where we have changed our attitude about what we want from our government. We've ushered in this overwhelming runaway welfare state that we cannot afford, and we've also became an American empire where we have troops around the world and we pay for the defense of Japan and Germany and everybody else. But at the same time, you had to have two ways of financing this. One we decided we'd have an income tax that we would start subtly and small, that would escalate to the point that it really is the biggest ripoff in the country, along with a Federal Reserve system that allows us to monetize
that happened
debt.
65 years ago.
Well, I know, but since 65 years, we have seen the deterioration of this society that we love.
I'm Ron Paul. I'm a congressman from Texas, serving in my 10th term. I am the champion of the Constitution.
On a chilly Saturday in November, a few thousand people have flocked to Philadelphia to see their man, Ron Paul, the Texas congressman who's running for president. He may not be the first name on the Republican ticket that pops into your head, but he's got an army of avid
As we approach the 250th birthday of our country, to the day when Benjamin Franklin was asked what sort of nation the American Constitution had created, his response, "A republic if you can keep it." And it's that response that I think of when I think about the cause that Ron Paul has dedicated his life to, and how he has inspired an entire movement that continues to grow all across this country, focused on those foundational principles that are in our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, and the Declaration of Independence. He has experienced firsthand on the front lines fighting for our democratic republic. As I look back and was watching some of these videos, and his demeanor is always one of a joyful warrior, whether he's talking about the Fed or he's talking about ending these disastrous regime change wars and standing up for peace and prosperity and freedom for all people. No matter how hard he is attacked, he carries what we in Hawaii call is the aloha spirit with him wherever he goes. And what that really means, what that aloha spirit really is that genuine love and care and respect for everyone. Our republic continues to be under assault. Over and over again, we see examples and are confronted. The truth is being exposed of those who believe that they are not, those in our government, those in positions of power who don't believe that they must follow the Constitution, the one that they all swear an oath to support and defend. And so the decisions that they make are more about defending their own power or their own interests, and are in direct defiance of the Constitution and therefore undermining our republic. So the work that Ron Paul has done and continues to do is more critical now, as it always has been, because I believe we are at a turning point where the voices of the people must continue to be heard, always looking back to the objectives and the intentions behind our nation's founders, the vision that they had for us. A republic, if you can keep it, speaking to every single one of us as Americans and to the responsibility that we have to defend it. I'm grateful I had a chance to spend a little bit of time here before coming out on the stage with Ron and got to meet a lot of his kids and grandkids. It's incredibly inspiring to see, even after all that he has been through, all that he has faced, his character, his groundedness in the principles that he has dedicated his life to defending, and his humility. And I hope he won't mind me sharing this, but about 5 minutes ago, he said, you know, people come up to me all the time and they tell me, Dr. Paul, you changed my life. You've inspired me and you've moved me. And he's like, I'm just talking about monetary policy. Like, what's the big deal here? I'm talking about ending the Fed. You think I changed your life? I'm talking about the Fed. And what I told him was he has and continues to impact countless people and change people's lives because he inspires hope. He inspires hope in a country that has increasingly over time become so distrustful of those in government who are supposed to be working for them but are working for other interests. People have lost hope that those in government, that we have a government of, by, and for the people, and that they're speaking for them, distrustful of the decisions that are being made. And so I shared this with him knowing that, you know, I've experienced it, I've felt it, I've seen it. And with the humility that he embodies, he just said, I'll have to remember that. Thank you for saying that. You've heard a lot of people talking about how Dr. Paul has impacted their lives. I've had the the good fortune of being able to go to a lot of the gatherings and conventions of young people and college students across the country who are standing up and fighting for liberty. I'm just grateful to be one amongst all of you and many others who wish they could be here today to really celebrate this man who has dedicated his life to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I know I won't speak for him, but I can imagine the best way to honor his life and his legacy is for each of us to continue to carry on that cause. Thank you all so much. Have a great night. Aloha. Thank you.
Keep it going for Tulsi Gabbard, everybody. Thank you, Director. Appreciate you. Up next is the person who will be introducing our next speaker. You know him, you love him. It's Scott Horton back to the stage, everybody. Come on, Scott.
All right, happy birthday again, Mark. I'm just here real quick to introduce our next guy. It's my honor to introduce to you today, Tom Woods. Tom Woods is a great libertarian author, historian, polemicist, podcaster, and speaker, and also a great promoter of entrepreneurship and prosperity for the members of our movement as well. Sign up for his newsletter. And I am very grateful for Tom because you're all familiar with the Liberty Classroom. It's a great example of him working hard to help make the rest of us prosperous. He's built me my own Liberty Classroom. It's called the Scott Horton Academy for Foreign Policy and Freedom. Should be going online, I hope, by the end of the month, maybe early next month. ScottHortonAcademy.com. But this isn't just a commercial for that, but I just want to say how grateful I am to Tom for all the effort that he's put into helping make this thing a success for me. And with that, the great Tom Woods.
Thank you. That is a very nice welcome. Thank you. All right. Well, thank you all very much. To contextualize my very brief remarks, it is important for me to point out that I am joined tonight by my wife and by 2 of the 5 Woods daughters. We have Veronica, who's 20, and Sarah, who's only 11. Woohoo! Now, I point this out to you because Sarah, being born in 2014, was not around when the name of Ron Paul was being bandied about the household during the presidential campaigns. So she didn't hear this name as often as the other Woods children did. So when we made our way here, I wanted to explain to her, why does this man matter? Like, why did we fly all the way from Florida to wish him a happy birthday? So Sarah, here is my answer. And it comes in a number of parts. Now, I hope you will all indulge me, because today has been a series of tributes to Dr. Paul, but allow the old man here to take a crack at it also. And one of the points that a lot of people have made is that he told the truth when it would have been a lot easier to just repeat the lies everyone else was telling. That's the first thing. And that's very important. If I'm explaining to my 11-year-old why this man matters, that's right at the top of the list. Secondly, on matters of principle, you could not twist his arm. If he didn't believe in something, you could not twist his arm to change his mind. Ronald Reagan himself could not twist Ron Paul's arm. He's a tough guy when it comes to defending our principles. My favorite email I ever received from Ron Paul was only 5 words long. He forwarded me an especially nasty article about homeschooling with the note, "This needs to be smashed." then also because he stood up for causes and ideas that had rarely, if ever, had a true champion in public life. And by the way, you could tell he was onto something by the way the media attempted to conceal him from you. It was especially bad in 2008, but they still tried doing it again in 2012. When I was down here just a few months ago speaking for the Ron Paul Institute, I had a slide up on the screen. This was a screenshot taken in 2012, or it may have been, it was a 2012 campaign, may have been taken in 2011, from MSNBC. And they had listed on the screen 4 GOP presidential candidates in order of how successful they'd been in fundraising in the most recent quarter. Now, because I'm a nerd who follows these things very closely, I knew Dr. Paul was number 2 on that list. On their list, we had number 1, number 3, number 4, and number 5. There was no number 2. And that's not normal. Even Jon Stewart, who I would not describe as a friend of ours, was honest enough to ask the question on The Daily Show, when did Ron Paul become the 13th floor of a hotel? We weren't the only ones picking up on this. So you'll notice around the room we have these inflatable blimps. Now, some of you youngsters won't remember this. The movement is still divided to this day as to whether this was a good expenditure of funds, but I will hear no spoil sports today. Today we celebrate the blimp. We came to the conclusion the media is going to conceal this man from everyone, so what if we fly a blimp over the country that says, Google Ron Paul? You got to admire the gumption. You just have to. And they didn't like that he blasted through the stupid non-debates we have. Now, we've heard today about the Giuliani moment in that 2007 debate, but I want to remind you about a debate we've probably all forgotten, and for good reason. In January 2008, the last of the GOP presidential debates, it was down to 4 candidates, McCain, Romney, Huckabee, and Ron Paul. And most of the debate was McCain and Romney inanely arguing about whether there should be a timetable on withdrawing troops from Iraq and who would withdraw how many troops when. And finally, Ron Paul pointed out, this whole debate is mind-numbingly ridiculous, because the problem is not how many, when, and under what conditions. It's the whole thing was stupid and evil, and we should take all the troops out now. Why are we obsessed with minutia? Well, just this morning in my hotel room, I looked up, how did Politico cover that debate? Now, a normal country with a normal media would say, one candidate finally exposed the limited nature of our debates in this country, that the debate is between 2 kinds of interventionists, and you can't, I mean, come on, today, who can tell the difference between Mitt Romney and John McCain? You know, come on, I defy you to tell me the difference between these 2, but it was the argument they were having that was the important thing. That's exactly how Politico handled it. Well, there was a big debate between McCain and Romney. No mention of Ron Paul puncturing the whole thing. Not even there. He could predict the future. You know, I almost hate to make fun of poor Bill Kristol because it's so easy to do, you know? The poor guy has been beaten senseless by our friend Scott Horton. You can see that online. That was his own fault. Why would you agree to debate Scott Horton on anything? And boy, did he get kicked around by Scott on that debate stage. Oh my goodness, terrible. But life and death is at stake here, so I am going to make a little fun of Bill Kristol. Bill Kristol said things that you think now nobody really said, that these must be caricatures of what people said. But he did say that the war in Iraq would last 2 months. He did say that we would be vindicated when we discovered huge stockpiles of weapons of mass destruction. He did say American forces would be greeted as liberators. And he did say that the whole region would be transformed in our image. Now, that's all false fantasy world stuff. Dr. Paul predicted exactly what wound up happening, which was something like the opposite of everything I just said. So I was a little lazy this morning, so I asked Grok. I said, Grok, I'm on a first-name basis with old Grok. Tell me a little bit about the differences between Bill Kristol and Ron Paul in their predictions about the war in Iraq. But I want to take these two passages and share them with you. Quote, Kristol faced criticism for his inaccurate predictions, but maintained influence in media and policy circles with no significant professional repercussions. Paul's opposition, while prescient, marginalized him in mainstream media as no major U.S. outlet hired prominent war opponents like him. And then this. Bill Kristol's predictions for the 2003 Iraq War were overly optimistic, envisioning a quick victory, WMD discovery, and regional transformation that never materialized. Ron Paul's warnings of prolonged conflict, economic costs, and blowback proved more accurate, reflecting the war's actual outcomes. Yeah, how about that? And yet, for some reason, the guy who's living in fantasy world is still on TV, and he still keeps getting invited, and he keeps showing up at the cocktail parties. That's not normal. But we had a guy who started to chip away at that foundation. In 2007, he started to chip away at it because he wouldn't play by the rules. You're either McCain or you're Romney. You know, I think the world is a little bit broader than just the 2 millimeters separating John McCain and Mitt Romney. And then in 2001, he said on the House floor that the Fed was trying to blunt the dot-com crash by inflating a housing bubble. Well, that is exactly what happened. Exactly. But Herman Cain, who was also a GOP presidential candidate, what he said about a week before Fannie and Freddie went under, he said there's nothing wrong with the U.S. economy, and anybody who says there is just a liberal who hates George W. Bush. That was the level of economic analysis Dr. Paul was competing against. And finally, he's one of the few politicians who isn't an ego case. I years ago proposed to Dr. Paul that he write his autobiography because I think that would be a fascinating story. Not just his life in politics, but his whole life. What formed him? How did he become Ron Paul? I think we'd all love to hear that story. But he declined because he genuinely couldn't believe anybody could really be interested. The Ron Paul Institute is called the Ron Paul Institute for Peace and Prosperity, but Dr. Paul calls it simply the Institute for Peace and Prosperity because he's not an ego case obsessed with himself, and his point is that what matters are the ideas, not him as a person. I remember one time I asked his wife, Carol, I said, now we all remember Dr. Paul had a stroke one day during the recording of the Liberty Report. Oh, I beg your pardon. Even I did it just there. The Ron Paul Liberty Report, excuse me. And he got a picture taken of himself in the hospital with his thumbs up. I'm sure did not want to do this, but the world wants to know if you're okay, Dr. Paul. Let us know. So he had this picture of himself in the hospital with the thumbs up, and Donald Trump retweeted that with the word "great!" exclamation mark. So I asked Carol, well, what did you think about, the president wishing your husband well, when he was in the hospital? And she said, he did? Ron hadn't even bothered to tell her. Now, if the president wished me well, you better believe my wife would hear about that 100 times in the first hour. But that's not what he's about. He's a man who believes in freedom, in peace, in smashing war propaganda, and telling the public unpopular truths they need to hear. Now, no matter how many elections we have, so many awful things just keep happening, like with a dreary predictability. But the example of Ron Paul seared into our brains that a better world is possible if we want it. So those, my dear Sarah, those are some of the reasons this man matters. And they also happen to be the reasons we love him. So happy birthday, Ron, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Tom Woods. Keep it going for the great Tom Woods, everybody. Don't forget, folks, if you're here in Lake Jackson or if you're watching on the stream, if you haven't chipped in yet to ronpaulmoneybomb.org, please consider doing so. We take fiat, we take credit card, we take crypto, we take almost anything. It's a great way to give a birthday present to Dr. Paul and further the mission of the Ron Paul Institute. Now, as we all know, Dr. Paul is not the only Paul to have made it to Washington and made an incredible impact. In fact, there's another Dr. Paul who's in Washington right now, fighting the Uniparty and for fiscal sanity every chance he can get. Now, he is not here tonight, but I would like to announce the video address from the great Senator Rand Paul to our audience tonight. Justin, let's roll the clip.
Hey, everybody. Glad you all came to Texas for my dad's 90th birthday. I'll be there in a few weeks for our family birthday party. When I think back about my father's amazing career, it's also the story of my childhood and really my whole life. He first ran in 1974 and I was only 11. It was a terrible year for the Republicans. Nixon had resigned because of Watergate and Republicans were crushed at the ballot box. It was actually opposition to Nixon's wage and price controls and Nixon's closing of the gold window that motivated my father to run. My dad got less than 30% of the vote that year, but that defeat turned into victory 2 years later when the longtime Democrat incumbent resigned and a special election was called. I remember going door to door distributing campaign flyers and learning that not everybody loved my dad or the Constitution. The family camper had a big, fat Uncle Sam pasted on the side with the message, "Put Uncle Sam on a diet." The family drove that camper to the GOP National Convention in Kansas City in 1976, when my dad was one of only a handful of elected congressmen to endorse Ronald Reagan over Ford. My dad served for 8 years and became known as a champion of limited constitutional government. I volunteered as an intern in high school. My dad would invite all the interns on Capitol Hill to hear free market speakers. I got to meet Walter Williams, Hans Sennholz, and Murray Rothbard. I've continued that tradition each year by inviting interns from Republican and Democrat offices alike to hear defenders of the Constitution. When my dad ran for the U.S. Senate in 1984, I took a semester off from college to help out. When that campaign was unsuccessful, I began my medical studies and my father went back to practicing obstetrics and gynecology for the next 12 years. In 1996, my dad won, against all odds, one of the greatest upsets in congressional elections. His opponent was a Democrat incumbent who switched parties to become a Republican. GOP leadership convinced over 100 congressmen to contribute to my dad's opponent. Our family, 5 kids and dozens of grandkids, walked door to door all over coastal Texas and waved Ron Paul signs on the street corners. Everybody had a blast. My wife, Kelly, led the grandkids in the cheer, "Hey y'all, vote for Ron Paul." My dad became famous opposing unconstitutional government spending, but he became even more famous opposing unconstitutional foreign wars. During the Bush years, my dad opposed expanding the Department of Education, opposed expanding Medicare, and with a few other Republicans voted against the Iraq War. My father's 2 runs for the presidency as a Republican spawned a liberty wave of young people, many of whom proclaimed that Ron Paul cured their apathy. When my dad explained that for every military intervention in the Middle East came blowback, unintended consequences that cost us thousands of lives and trillions of dollars, the party elites booed him. But to everyone's astonishment, his grassroots campaign organized money bombs to set one-day records for online fundraising. These famous stands caused the swamp to hate him, but ignited a movement that eventually became the Tea Party movement. Likely no other figure in the national political discourse deserves as much credit as my father for rejuvenating the dream of our founders. My father was there in 2010 when I upset the establishment to win my primary. I'll never forget one interview we did together on Fox. Neil Cavuto asked my dad, "How does it feel to have your son elected to the upper chamber?" My dad didn't miss a beat. He responded, "Well, if he keeps applying himself, maybe someday he could be elected to the House." Dad, here's wishing you a happy 90th birthday and to many more. Kelly and I send our love.
Thank you, Senator Paul, for the video address. All right, folks, stay tight, hang tight, don't move, and we'll get to our next speaker in just a moment. Justin, roll some cool video.
Unbelievable from then on. The kids would hear about the campaign on the internet and look at the videos and get their parents involved.
This is of a piece of a sort of 230-year-old American tradition of, rugged individualism and independence and reverence for liberty. And I think Ron Paul speaks for a lot of people who still uphold those ideas.
You set the record. In the history of American politics, nobody has ever raised more money on a single day than you.
Gosh.
And yet, this is happening without your campaign people coordinating. This is completely about grassroots, and it's completely about you just saying what you believe in.
Oh, no, you can't have a government like this without an income tax, but we don't want a government like this. This is not the kind of government that was designed by our founders of the country. It's not what was written in the Constitution. We've only had an income tax since 1913. But if you want a welfare state, and if you want to police the world and pay for the defense of Japan and Germany, send foreign aid to the Soviet Union, you not only need the income tax, you need the Federal Reserve to print up the money when the deficit is accumulated. So we think the government should be much smaller. The income tax is unnecessary. Again, something happened in the 20th century where the American people decided that there would be...
The 16th Amendment happened, yeah.
There's something happened where we...
My dad's going to have a mic on his shirt. Somebody told me he was going to have a mic on his shirt.
Has he not been lapelled yet?
I don't know. No, he has not.
Okay, then we'll get him lapelled.
But you can just hand me that when you're done.
Yeah, you
okay.
bet. Sure thing. All right, folks. I want to call up the next speaker of the stage, someone who has been instrumental for putting this event together. Without him, there is no Ron Paul 90th birthday barbecue. Please welcome to the stage, Mr. Ronnie Paul.
Hello, hello. It's on. Thank y'all. It's really, my dad's been thoroughly impressed all day watching all this, and I just can't thank y'all enough for coming. I'll talk about some other things for a second. One of the questions I've gotten through the years is, what is it like to grow up in a house with Ron Paul? So I got 2 points. So when I get done with the second point, I'm done. The first point is, our household was a constitutional republic. We had a constitution written by my mother. She was the judge. The amendment process was controlled by my mother. And she had the final say. But it was simple. We had rules. And if you broke the rules, you got in trouble. You get in trouble at school, you got in twice as much trouble at home. It was a pretty simple process. But without it, our family would not have made it. So I want everybody to give my mother a big hand. She is sitting over here tonight, and thank her for our family. That's one point. Second point, my dad was not in the middle of our business. He didn't give us a lot of details of do this, do that. He was more on the high level. So he kind of said, get an education, learn a skill, get a job. It's not real complicated. So how'd we do on that? We have somewhere around 60, 65 immediate people in our family. Kids, grandkids, spouses. And we have teachers, we have business owners, we have doctors, engineers, we even have a veterinarian. We have no lawyers. So I think we listened to his advice, get a job, produce something. But anyway, y'all didn't come here to listen to me talk. And, he's our father, statesman to y'all, but he's everybody's hero, Ron Paul.
So it's over and done with. We can retire. Quite too early for that. But where did all these people come from? How did you get them in this building? Did you have to bribe them or what? Oh, wonderful, wonderful. This is wonderful. Boy, I'll tell you, I was thinking about introducing my family, but I understand we did get an introduction to the family. And but I wanted a list. I asked the staff for a list of everybody who has helped me and supported me and worked for me and all. So I have that list, so I'm going to read that list off and make sure everybody was personally thanked. But that list got pretty long. And one of the frustrations I've always had in campaigning and working and getting so much support, and I always felt a little guilty or neglectful that I never thanked you all enough. And because, yes, I'm a figurehead and I have a message, but there's no message without you. There is none. So thank you all very much. So this has been a wonderful day here today, and to see so many people. And to start off, it's not all that easy. But you've talked about my career, if that's what it is, or my activities, or my attempts at trying to change a few things. And it's something that has been around. So there's not a whole lot of new things I can tell you. You already know that one big issue that motivated me over the years was to get a sound monetary system, and you had to get rid of the Fed in order to do that. So I was thinking about the first time I heard that slogan, and I didn't invent it. I mean, I talk like we ought to end the Fed, but I remember being on a liberal college campus, and I was giving a speech, and all of a sudden, I guess I could name the school. I think it was up in Michigan someplace, and we considered it liberal. But all of a sudden, there was a crowd. Maybe there were only a dozen Ron Paul supporters, but we heard from them. They got up, and when we started talking about money, they started burning Federal Reserve notes. That's against the law, Just sit back. Somebody else is going to burn the value of it, and that's where our real problem is. So they did that. But then they started chanting, and the Fed, it turned out that when I wrote the book on the Fed, I used that term. I thought it was pretty elite, and it was sharp, and you can't get confused with. You know what we stand for? We stand for sound money. You can't have sound money unless you investigate, understand, and realize the power that is wielded by a system of government where you have fiat money. Well, can't you audit them and find out what's going on and participate in it? Oh, sure. It's when they talk about independence,
no, we can't let anybody audit and know about what's going on because the Fed wants independence. There's one word that you can use. Anybody ever tells you that, well, don't you think they ought to be independent? The word they use for independent is secrecy. That's what they want. But I was always, and some people, I've had a criticism, why don't you just talk only about ending the Fed, none of this audit stuff? And I said, yeah, but the audit's a step. And if we ever got a true audit, what would the people in this country do? They would end the Fed if they knew what was going on. But even before 1913, there were people, talking about establishing the Fed, and they had academic resistance to it, and they still passed the Fed, and. But there's always been a group of people who talked about the Fed. But, in recent decades, I think prior to the 1970s, when the Fed really messed up our money, and we had our first step toward ultimate bankruptcy, and that was August 15th, 1971, when we reneged, we cheated. We printed so much money, paper money, the currency, and also that we fooled the people into accepting that as the reserve currency of the world. And there was some logic to it. We were very wealthy. We had natural wealth, and we benefited tremendously by not suffering, as other countries did, from the war. And so we were able to do that and end it. But August 15th changed a lot. And I remember the day very, very clearly. It was Sunday night, and our president was going to give a special speech, and I think his name was Nixon. and he gave a speech, and I really was startled, and I thought, wow, this is a big deal. And it turned out a big deal. And if you were trying to measure how big a deal it was, one of the best measurement of the purchasing power of the dollar, gold gives you an idea. If the price of gold goes up, it's an indication there's some problem. What was the initial reaction to the closing of the gold window? I remember I was a member of the Chamber of Commerce at the time, and on Monday mornings we always had a meeting, and we talked about legislation. It was pretty boring, and we talked about that. But I was even startled more because the Chamber of Commerce, they're free enterprise, aren't they? They're for all this. They're not crony capitalists. So they came out strongly in favor of that monstrous bill that changed the world on monetary policy. There were tariffs on it, all kinds of stuff. And I said, this is ushering in a bad situation. The decade, many here probably remembers the 70s, but the 70s were very, very tough economically. And to end it, Volcker got there, and interest rates had to go to 21%. And what do we have today? We have two people, thinking they know what interest rates ought to be. And they're arguing, and that's the big argument over fiat money. What should the interest be? Should it be 1% or 3.5%? As if they know. They don't know, and it's just this distraction. They're not talking about monetary policy, but they have their reasons, because some people benefit from lower interest rates. Some people benefit from higher interest rates. So it was all a game they play, but it serves the interests of the people who believe in big government. And who are those people? Well, there are some people who believe in pure democracy. The founders hated it, but pure democracy and interventionism is what we have today. And that means that it encourages everybody to have a PAC, and be lobbyists. to go to Congress and, get up 51%. So you get a bunch of people in different PACs and put them together, then go to the government. And then they respond by, just spending more money. But that really feeds into it, especially, you can think about that as individuals or families. They might be very, very wealthy and they might spoil their kids or something. Well, we were a spoiled nation because we had a gold standard prior, for a while. We had a lot of natural wealth, and we survived some terrible wars. And that was, gave us this position where we were able to do whatever the people wanted. And they were true Democrats in the negative sense. Democracy. I happen to be annoyed by the word democracy. That is just nothing more than a dictatorship of the majority. You get the majority together and demand. So you can expect what would happen. Well, adjusting was a tremendous thing in the 70s because gold was theoretically $35 an ounce. Before the decade was over, it was over $800 for a while. It was just this tremendous adjustment. And there were times when I anticipated, that this is going to get bad if they don't correct it, and they haven't corrected it. But where are we now? I thought, even though I prepared myself psychologically and academically that things are going to get bad, it's still hard for me to say, what was the price of gold this morning? $3,600, going up. And the tragedy for us, the tragedy for the peace and prosperity is it hasn't gone very far yet. It is just, if it doubled, tripled, quadrupled in the 70s, it could do that again. I mean, I can remember when it did hit $500 in the 70s. And I thought, wow, this is unreal. And there was a period where the people were lulled to sleep, and the gold indicator, went to sleep. And at the beginning of this century, gold was $270 an ounce, and that's the way markets work. But the believers in inflation by printing too much money and special interests getting control, and to do this, they have to undermine our liberties. They don't enhance our liberties with a system like this. They encourage, the people to just become, much more attuned to manipulating the government. So what does it do to our system? Well, what the system does is, there's been a few warmongers in the 20th century and the 21st century, and they were mainly Americans because we've been involved in, a few wars here and there. But by far, we have been involved in way too many wars for over 100 years, and that has to stop if we want our liberties back. Our slogan for the organization we have now is for peace and prosperity. And peace, it looks like we have a few good peaceniks in here for the right reason. But that encourages a whole business in itself. If you had that type of system that I just mentioned, guess what it would do? It would undermine if we couldn't print the money and we had to live within our means. All of a sudden, guess what? The military-industrial complex would be wiped out. They couldn't exist. And I think the world would be a lot more peaceful.
I know there's been some good words said in the last, year or two. Maybe people are getting serious about cutting back. But so far, the promises that we heard about in the last 6 months, I can't come and say, well, good news are here. They said they were going to cut, and they cut the budget this year by $10 trillion or 10 million or 10 cents. Not 1 cent has been cut. And so things are in a momentum. There's no way under today's circumstances that we can break the spending. Well, first, look at the interest on the payments. It's just out of control. Now, Donald Trump wants lower interest rates to help the government, but they're not going to go down. They're more likely to end up where they did in 1970 and 79 and 80. They hit 21%. So the conditions we have will force interest rates up, and as soon as the Congress made a good effort and would like to have cut, and there were some good people trying to do that, but they didn't get anything cut. The people, really rebelled. There was too much, and the Congress backed down. So we're on autopilot, whether it's interest rates or the spending or the warmongering. So what we have to have is a change of attitude about the role of government and our responsibilities. Because I don't believe in pure democracy and the dictatorship of the majority. But I really strongly believe in the concept of a prevailing attitude. And what I'm talking about there is, if you look at what happened with COVID, a total disaster, created by our government. It could have been prevented, but and the government was on the wrong side of this, and a lot of people suffered, and they're still suffering from that. And it could have been solved and prevented by just saying, we're in thunder. Did the government get the authority to manage our health care? And they're not doing a good job. Horrible. So the spending will continue, and we have to be prepared, and the prevailing attitudes have to change. The prevailing attitudes right now have been cooked up by a conspiracy of bad education in our universities that we paid for, So if you look at the economic policies they taught in most of the universities, the bigger they were, the better they were known, and the richer they were, the more they were in cahoots with big government. So that is the big problem is changing that result, because the result is there. I think one example of the pervasive result of that type of education is in our judicial system. The judicial system has one thing for sure, it has very little to do with justice. So, but I think in the judicial system and those ideas with Tulsi around, we might get a break and get some help up there one of these days. But prevailing attitudes come from education. That is it. And it isn't going to come from the progressive universities. That's not where it's going to come from. But, a lot of stuff, I could go on with more negatives and how bad things are. But we can also think about some of the good things that are happening, because there is a sincere effort to change and alter the prevailing attitude that government has to do this. People say, well, who would provide me safety? Well, the Second Amendment should provide your safety. But the prevailing attitude will come, and I think the COVID was a good example. The universities didn't change the attitude of the parent-teachers associations when the parents finally woke up
to what was going on, and they started attending these meetings and firing some of those people that were doing these terrible things. And I think people, their attitude changed not with the help of the government. It was in spite of the government that people will wake up. And I think it was parental control over their children that was really a blessing to this. And guess what? Maybe in a free society, who has the ultimate responsibility for their children? That's the parents. That's why we, have a breaking out and more all the time. During COVID, I have a little homeschooling program. The number of people wanting homeschooling went way up, and that is good. So, and the attitudes changed when necessary. We still have enough freedom to do this. We don't have a lot of enough freedom to do all the things we'd like to do because we're still asking our government for too much permission. And the other one thing, I think we've been enslaved, and the thing that I use to defend that position is the fact that they keep the registration for the military draft on the books. That shouldn't even be there. Now, the big argument is, should we draft the women too? Or what are we going to do? How are we going to solve these problems? Well, you just don't draft people. Their lives don't belong to you. And there's another little rule that we have here that we adapt to too readily. And that is what they do with us on taxation. There's two taxes, the income tax. The income tax is based on the assumption that the government owns everything, and you get paid $10,000. That's not your money. You only can keep what the government gives you permission to keep. And so those two things mean that the sovereignty is with our government, and we lose our own sovereignty and making our own decisions. And that is where the answers are, and that is what we have to signal. But people get frightened. You mean we wouldn't have troops overseas? How are we going to police the world and how are we going to bring about peace around the world? And maybe there would be a lot more people paying attention if we could do that. But I'll tell you what, I still think that things are changing. Things are changing a lot electronically and technically. I'm not real good on the technology, some of the computers and all, but I do recognize the good part of it. The information is much better. They even allow me to get on the internet once in a while and reach people. So that is. So the technology, I think, gives us danger. Because you could use the comparison of nuclear energy. Nuclear energy can destroy the world, and nuclear energy can provide probably the cheapest, cleanest energy ever, but that's prohibited from it. So that needs education, and we should allow the people to make these decisions, and there would be a far safer world. The word that I use for that on trying to decide what you could do is voluntarism as compared to authoritarianism. And there are too many authoritarians because they just delight in telling other people what to do. They don't know what to do with their own lives, but they think they're smart enough to tell you what you could do with your life. So authoritarianism. But voluntarism, just think if everything you did, whether it was personal, whether it's religious, whether it's sexual, how about buying and selling? Well, there's still some voluntarism there, but less and less because there's all kinds of regulations and everything. But voluntarism, if everybody followed that in all those categories, guess what we would have? We'd have peace breaking out everywhere if everything was voluntary. But you know, this argument about the authoritarians and the voluntarists has been around for a long time. I happen to have a strong belief in natural law. And I think natural law tells us that without any government teaching history and civilization, you're not supposed to lie, cheat, steal, or kill. And all civilization, all the way back to primitive times, when they first had the first writing, that they knew and understood this. And then as the civilization advanced, it was incorporated. Like the founders knew something about natural law, but natural law tells you you're not supposed to be aggressive and going and killing people. And yet, who are the biggest aggressors? Government. Just think of our own government. How many people, when we go and get into these places, how many innocent people killed? Oh no, we don't do it. We didn't lose any soldiers last week. Well, but did any of our bombs that we built and paid for, were there any killings? And so it's this obsession with empire. And people love it. The militarists just think this is really a lot of fun. And it is so bad. But they see this as the way to keep people in line because they don't trust people. They don't trust liberty. And yet I see two groups of people in Washington, the people I've been introduced to. And that is, there's several, even though they might not be libertarian per se, but they are seeking and trying to find the truth. They have a sincere effort to find the truth. And then there's another group called nihilists. I think nihilism has won many battles here after a while, but they believe that you can't know truth. You can't even define it. And you hear a lot. You have to tell fibs. They're telling lies, but what they're doing, all those things when they, we have to have some spin on this next issue because it's controversial. What they're saying, we want to lie about it. So the lying, what would happen if governments all of a sudden quit lying? I would think it would be a tremendous help to it. But if you eliminated all the deaths caused by governments, that would be a healthy thing. But I really do believe that in spite of all this, that we live in a better society than past. I really got interested in monetary policies in the 60s, and even in the 80s, people would ask, what are you talking about? Why are you worried about the Federal Reserve? But a lot of people now, one of the biggest arguments right now is a silly argument, but the argument there is over monetary policy. What should the interest rates be? And they don't admit, well, we don't have the vaguest idea what they should be, but we want to argue and fight about it. And so they'll spend a lot of time on that. And that's hard for some people to accept. But the market is really very, very powerful in deciding things. And manipulation of the monetary system is the creation of a business cycle, and that is well known, and it makes a big difference. And somebody would ask me something, how did you know we were going to have a slump and a depression or a recession? And I said, well, you don't know it when it starts. You know it when they print all the money. When you inflate the currency, you have to have payback, and they do pay. You have to pay back all that debt. That $36 trillion of debt has to be liquidated under these circumstances. And look how fast it's growing. So I think we're moving rapidly toward, the situation where it's a complete blow-off, the whole thing crashes. And we have an obligation. And the people in this room have a tremendous obligation. Because as far as I'm concerned, you're further ahead than all the professors out there. And but you're already participating. You're involved. You come to events. And this message has to be spread but it has to be outside the government. The government is, you can't wait until you get enough good professors. And it's good to finding the better congressman and getting them in, that should be the case. But you've got to be realistic. That is not going to change things. It has to be a prevailing attitude and people change. Vietnam was an eye-opener for me. I was drafted in the 70s, 60s, and they were busy. But they were trying to solve the problems, just by fighting these wars, and they would refuse to negotiate. It was just horrible of what was going on. So I see the problem as being so much government, out of control. But in many ways, I see so many improvements. I was influenced a whole lot by Leonard Reed at the Fee Foundation, and also by Murray Rothbard and the libertarians and the professors. So that was the influence. It was academics, and I found it fascinating. I thought, this is interesting, and that's one thing that we have to do. We all have an obligation. If you come to this conclusion that I have, in a miscellaneous way, tried to pronounce about what freedom is all about, if you believe it and you believe that things are bad, I believe that you have a moral responsibility to spread that message one way or the other. And I think a lot of people do that all the time, but everybody has different talents. And my daydream, my nightmare is, I'd like to spread the message if I was a great singer and I could sing this song, but I'm not. So I have to do what I do. It's just express myself. But I think that. Looking at this is very, very exciting, and it should be a lot of fun. That's the other thing. When you get together like a group like this with like-minded, you're supposed to have a lot of fun with like-minded people, and although there are serious problems, I think we can get by better if you're having fun. It seems to me, and I'll ask you the question, have you been having fun at this meeting? Well, anyway, I don't consider things complex. When they talked about bringing troops home and how many troops can you bring home at a time and like this, and they were agitating over the details that made no sense to me. And I tried to simplify. I said, this was probably in the Middle East. I said, we just marched in, we can just march out. So it isn't complicated. One phrase, I guess I'm just lazy, because some of my best phrases are very short. Though I would say, freedom is popular. Okay. Well, okay. So, it's been a blessing for me to be able to participate. And some people would ask me, why did you get frustrated? How could you live with those people up there? They're a bunch of creeps. I said, it never bothered me. My attitude was make the best of it and talk to people and get along with them. And I left Congress 3 different times. After the second time, I wrote a little booklet, about leaving Congress. And that was back when we had, they still do it. They have a Republican Democratic baseball game. And I was always a frustrated baseball player, and I got to put a uniform on. I never did as a kid. So I wrote in my book, I said the one thing was in this sports that the Democrats and the other side and the Republicans, we never talked politics out there, and you remembered the friendship. Oh, you were a baseball player back there. So I'm a strong believer that countries ought to do more of that too, because in a way that's what Nixon did with China, and yet people turn that around too. But I do think sports are just great for individuals and communities and everything. But it's wonderful. But I think it's to hone in on the one issue is give people their liberty, and they will take good care of themselves, and they will take good care of protecting liberty. And we can do that, and we are doing it. And I think I'm just convinced when I look at a crowd like this, I say, and they're even clapping for what I'm saying? Wow. I think there's a lot. So there's more people out there. So I end up saying there's a lot more good people than bad people. But I say the bad people are in the government, and that is what we have to deal with. But I want to close by saying I really appreciate very much your willingness to support our efforts and what we do. And the one thing that you don't know is because I know that if you're interested in the issue of liberty, you talk about it. You probably have newsletters list. A lot of you do more like that. You may be professionals spreading this message. And I talk to young people who have their own podcasts and radio stations, that they did just recently, and I would be on their program. I said, you don't have any idea how much good you're doing. They said, well, we just have a small station. But but you don't know where the message goes. And just remember that a message whose time has come cannot be stopped by bullets or any force. And I believe the time has come to spread the message of liberty. Thank you very much. Good. Thank you very much. Go ahead. Oh.
Keep it going for the great Dr. Paul, everybody. Thank you for everything. This has been an unprecedented day. All the biggest names in the liberty movement together in one place. We laughed, we cried, and we celebrated the man who cured our apathy, Dr. Ron Paul. It has been so good to be with you. And while our programming for the night may have concluded, the Ron Paul revolution continues. And you heard what he just told us. We need to spread the message. And I trust everyone in this room will continue to do that when they leave today and for the rest of the year and for the rest of time until we have true liberty in this country. So, Here's what we're going to do. We have a social out in the foyer that runs until 10 p.m. We'd love for all of you to join. These doors are going to lock when you leave, so you will not be able to come back into this ballroom. Take everything, all your belongings, out of the ballroom and don't expect to come back in. After social in that foyer, this has been one amazing day. Thank you so much all for being here and supporting the great Dr. Ron Paul. Thank you so much, everybody. Give me this back. There we go. And be sure to stop by the booths while you're out there. We're going to have a silent auction with some great Ron Paul memorabilia that benefits the Money Bomb. We got Scott Horton selling some books. We got so many great booths to stop by and see out there. So go out and meet those sponsors. And we are at $210,000 for the Money Bomb, everybody. Let's get that up to $250. Chip in. Oh,